Good morning to everybody. By Florence standard, this is very cold morning. The traditional wisdom for decades and decades in the process of European integration has been that the process and the Union thrives on crises. I remember 6 or 7 years ago, I hosted the then President of the Council, Van Rompuy, in New York. It was just the beginning of the financial crisis, and he said, this is good for Europe because you will see this is what will push us to the next stage of European integration. And historically, there's a lot of truth in that Europe has thrived on crisis, and because very often in crisis, the most effective solution was to move ahead with the process of integration as a solution to the problem. But I think both the Euro crisis and the current migration crisis have demolished that thesis, which is not to say that good things cannot come back, but what it does say is that you can't wait for the next crisis in order to go to the next step or to readjust your strategies or your thinking or the political process of the Union. The fallout is not only in the immediate sense, but as we know, also in popular perceptions, in popular and elite legitimacy, etc. And one of the things that it highlights is that there's often been a shortage. The culture of crisis means short-term solutionism. And there has been a shortage of medium and long-term serious reflection, research, exploration, and strategic thinking. This conference is not the European University Institutes scrambling to get into the game. There's a migration crisis in Europe. Our voice has to be heard. Already several years ago, we started this forum, and we, both in the definition of the forum and the definition of the objectives of the forum, we are steadfast in our self-understanding that we are not exactly the kind of think tank that you have a problem today and we produce a position paper for tomorrow, but that our strength as a research institution with a policy-oriented Robert Schuman Center is in our medium and long-term research, reflection, policy recommendation on the fundamental issues in a fundamental way. And that's why when we started this forum, of which this event today is one of its manifestations, one of its instances, we defined the cluster, not we have a problem of migration, but from the very start, it was demography, migration, and citizenship, because we understood that there's an inevitable connection, both in terms of understanding the forces that shape what is going on and the concepts that should inform serious reflection, not on stopgap solutions, but on long-term ways of dealing with challenges as interconnection between these three concepts. Demography is fundamental in thinking of the future of Europe, not just in terms of the raw numbers, but also the demographic balances, the intergenerational balances, etc. And one doesn't have to be Albert Einstein to see the connection between the demographic projection, prospects, challenges of Europe, and the issue of movement of people and migration in that connection. And what to some is a little bit less obvious, but to us is a fundamental tenet of how we have structured our thinking, comes in citizenship, because citizenship is a proxy of how you socially integrate societies, not just who's going to get whom and how many and how to distribute and how to stop and how to encourage, etc. But when you have these kind of movements of people, how are they to be accepted? What are their challenges to integration of people into European societies, into the European society? Hence the forum on demography, migration, and citizenship. What we're looking forward in these 2 days, where the focus is on demography, in connection with migration, it's we building on our strength. You all know of the work in the Robert Schuman Center, Philippe Farg, and others working in that context. And again, our hope is to find a good balance between serious fundamental research and reflection, but a reflection that is relevant for the policymaker in thinking about not just tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, or even the week or the year after tomorrow. Now I have to say something that is banal and always pains me to say. When I came to the Institute, I said, in my soul I'm a professor, I will remain a professor. I give seminars, I supervise doctoral students, but I have a sideline, a moonlighting job, which is called being president of the European University Institute, which I also have to do in addition to being a professor, and it means that I apologize that I will not be able to be with you throughout the whole 2 days. If you see me walk out, it's not because I'm bored. I walk out with sorrow that I cannot be for the whole proceedings. I wish us 2 very, very productive days. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'll begin by introducing myself. I'm Bridget Laffin, Director of the Robert Schuman Center, which is, as the President said, we are the interdisciplinary platform and the policy forum within the European University Institute. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the headquarters of the Schuman Center here in the beautiful Villa La Fonte. It is a wonderful place to spend 2 days. I hope that the weather ensures that you also get to see the garden at some stage. This is the first of our thematic forums. We began the Forum on Migration, Citizenship and Demography with a broad brush of all of the big questions and all of the big issues, and then we have now decided to move to look thematically at a number of particular themes and problems. And it's appropriate that we begin with population, because demographic change is core, central to the big mobilities that we see. Core to the push factors and core to the pull factors. We have a world in which the rich world has aging populations and lengthening life expectancy, and a poor world, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, which is still too poor to have experienced the demographic dividend that you see through processes of economic and social development. There are very big implications for Europe and for our neighbourhood in these demographic changes. We must ask, how good is our data? How sound are our predictions? What can we say as scholars of population movement that will help begin to understand what the medium and long-term implications are? How prepared is this part of the world for those changing demographic realities? What are the implications for our societies, for the way we govern ourselves, for our welfare systems, and for our labour markets? And I think we also need to think through some of the tricky issues. One that's not on the program, but I think we do need to take seriously, is if you have a gender imbalance in mobility, what are the consequences of very significant gender imbalances in movements of people? These are all tricky and difficult questions, but ones that we have to address. And as the President said, our purpose is to look to the medium and long term. But of course, we're conscious that in looking to the medium and long term, we're doing it in an environment where these are real and pressing issues. I'd like to particularly thank the Director of the Migration Policy Centre, my colleague Professor Philip Farg, who when asked to put together a programme on demography, and of course he is a demographer, he put together this 2 days, which is very comprehensive and brought together all of you, such a rich programme and a wonderful group of people. So thank you to Philippe for doing this. Thank you all for being with us over the 2 days, and I look forward very much to our discussion. You're all very welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome here. I'm very happy to welcome you for this forum on demography. I'm also happy to welcome demography at the EUI because I think, to the best of my knowledge, it is the first event on demography at the EUI. So I'm extremely happy with this. Our program will be to reflect on the future of Europe, on the near future, probably more than on the very, very long range projections. And I'm just going not to repeat what is in the description of this session, but to say a few words about our meeting in these 2 days and the way we are going to organize it. So we have sorry, well, it's winter now. We have 4 sessions. And there is a kind of logic in the structure of these 4 sessions. The first session will be on Europe's demographic future. So we are going to look at the projections, and we are going not only to look at the numbers, but at the distribution of these numbers according to important categories, in particular generations, as is what it was mentioned by Joseph Weiler. We are also going in that first session to pay a particular interest into the process of aging. Aging, we are going to look at aging from an individual and from a population point of view. And we are going to try to understand what are the ramifications of this process in terms not only of welfare, but also in terms of achievements of our economies and societies in Europe. So that will be our first session. The second session will introduce migration in demography. So what is the role of migration, of population movements in the reproduction of population in general? And what is in particular, we are going to have a reflection to revisit an old concept that was introduced by the United Nations now 15 years ago, the concept of replacement migration. If we identify that in our populations a number of people are missing, then can migrants replace these people? And I'm very happy that we have here a colleague from the Population Division of the UN to also discuss this idea of replacement migration. We are going also to have a particular focus on what is becoming the dominant form of migration today, which is family reunification. Migration is certainly the big crisis we have with refugee movements. It is certainly also the movement of workers, but it is mainly in terms of numbers, family members of previous migrants who are rejoining their family in Europe. So we are going to have a reflection on this. And I think we are going also to have to leave a little bit demography and to look at legislations, to look at the policy framework in Europe. Is it adapted to what are the challenges? And in particular, is the migration policy framework responding to demographic needs that we are going to discuss? Our third session will be on migration in the world, because Europe is not the only part of the world with migrants. Migration is everywhere in the world, and Europe is not the only part of the world with a big refugee crisis. Other parts of the world had bigger refugee crises. And I'm extremely happy that we are going to be able to compare Europe today, the 28 member states of the European Union, with one state that had probably even bigger mass movements of refugees. I'm talking about Iran. So what are the lessons we can draw from what happened in Iran now a few years or decades ago in terms of, and again focusing on demography, focusing on integrating people who are forced migrants coming from either the other side of the border or further away. We are also going to have a look at Africa. Africa is important for Europe, of course, because Africa is our closest neighbor. Africa is important for the world because Africa's demography is today and for decades the most dynamic, if I would say, demography in terms of population growth. And there is clearly, obviously, in Africa, a development challenge, a fertility challenge that we are going to discuss. I would also like that our discussion can imagine what will be the future of Africa in terms of migration. We are very often say that Africa has international migration, but that international migration is intracontinental migration. That is true. That was not always the case, as we all know. That has been the case for the last century after the slave trade, but it was not the case before. And we don't know, after all, if it will continue to be the case, because we can see that the reluctance to let people in, to let people cross borders that we observe today in Europe very much, that reluctance that was not at all typical of Africa is emerging, I would say, in Africa today. Nation states with anthems, with borders, with flags, etc., are very much present in Africa today. So what is the future of migration in Africa will also be something important. We are also going to talk in this session on migration in the world about a neglected aspect of migration, but I think which is important, that migrants are people who come to countries that are different from their own, that are culturally different, and in these countries they are exposed to norms, models of behaviors that they are re-exporting to their countries of origin. So the so-called social or ideational remittances should really become an important topic, because migrants may contribute to the cultural understanding of the world. So we are going also to discuss this aspect in our third session. And the last session, the fourth session, will be on migration into Europe, migration towards the European Union. So we are going then to look at numbers, to look at projections, to look at methods. So it will be important also to have a look at the structure of this population and to understand what migrants' contribution to the progress of our economies, in particular through innovation, the contribution of migrants to our knowledge-based economy can be important or not. So that is a question that is open. And then, finally, we're going to look at the sociological makeup, because migrants, obviously, have an impact on the society that they join. And that impact can be important in cultural terms. Cultures are not fixed once for good. They are changing, and migration is a factor of change in this. So we are going to reflect on whether migration creates two populations or one new population out of two different populations at the beginning. So this is exactly what we are going to have during these 2 days. I would like also that, of course, we are an academic institution, we are a research institution, and we have to have sound reflection. We have to have academic robustness. But we are weighted at the corner by politicians also, and we need to be able to talk to politicians. And I think it would be good to leave these 2 days not with recommendations, but with an idea of how the way we have to think about migration can be useful in terms that are policy relevant. Because we are witnessing today a real chaos in Europe. It's absolutely incredible what's happening at EU level and at member states level. So, of course, we are academics, but I think we also need to use what we know in order to help politicians to have a better vision, I think, of the world in which we live today, which is not a world limited at the borders of Europe. So thank you for this. So we are now going to start, I think, our first session, which will be on Europe's demographic future. So I would like to invite our speakers here.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will start the first section just introducing the two speakers, the two first speakers, Wolfgang Lutz and Gustavo De Santi. Introducing this such renowned professor will take all the morning, so I just say who they are. So Wolfgang Lutz is the founding director of the Wittgenstein Center for Demography of Global Human Capital, which is a special center because it's linking together three important institutions in Vienna. One which is the Austrian Academy of Science, the other is the International Institute of Applied System Analysis, and the Vienna University of Economics of Business. He wrote 34 books, 200 articles. He's a very well-known professor. Gustavo De Santi, instead, we graduate from the same university, Political Science in Florence. He has a PhD in demography. He is also vice president of the Italian Association of Study of Population. He is also the Italian representative of the UN Commission on Population Development in New York. He is president of the Scientific Council of the INED. As you understand, all they have a long career and experience in the field. So I stop my introduction. I give immediately the floor to Wolfgang Lutz. You prefer to sit here?
Well, or should I stand there?
Okay.
Maybe then I see people. We just have to
and
start
you have
the
these,
PowerPoint. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this very timely conference, and I'm indeed very happy that the European University Institute is picking out on this topic. I don't think it's the first ever demographic conference. I remember about 5 years ago there was something more from a sociological perspective on aging, and I think Massimo Livivaci here was also attending the meeting here, maybe a few other people. But of course this is the first time it's really in the bigger context of Europe's demographic future. So what I want to try to convey to you is not so much the conventional picture of what we know and what we don't know about Europe's demographic future, but some new avenues, particularly in the direction of multi-dimensional demography, looking not just at age and sex, but other dimensions, other characteristics. Okay, thank you for assessing the longer-term impact of migration on Europe's population. So essentially the question is, what is that impact on Europe's future population? And more precisely, what kind of migration actually is good or bad for future economic well-being in Europe? Of course, there are also cultural dimensions that will not be much addressing, but the demographic structure and its socio-economic impacts. Well, being a sort of a hardcore technical demographer myself, I think I can allow myself to criticize what I call conventional demography, namely looking exclusively at the population structure by age and sex. As you may know, in the earlier history of demography, people looked only at population size, and when looking into the future, just applied the growth rates. Now moving to the consideration of the age structure and the gender dimension already was a big step forward. But we've recently been moving in what I call three-dimensional demography, looking at the populations not only by age and sex, but also by level of education, as a proxy for the productivity, but also in a cognitive sense that is associated with the speed of learning, and for integration of migrants in particular. There's a lot of evidence that more educated migrants integrate more rapidly in all dimensions on the labor market, as well as in cultural terms. But yet, that's not enough. We also need to know whether these people are working, are formally employed, are part of the labor force. So that's why we are now planning to move into what I would call four-dimensional demography, populations by age, sex, education, and labor force participation. And of course, you need not stop there. You can have more general multidimensional tools where you distinguish by migrant status, whether they were born in Europe or outside Europe. You can look at explicitly at religion, or any other stable sources of observable population heterogeneity. Okay, well, just summarizing what is the future of Europe's population, there are these probabilistic population projections. As we started doing them at EASA, and the UN is now also fully on this track of doing probabilistic population projections. And so this is a probabilistic population pyramid for the European Union for 2050. And as you see, it's by age quite asymmetric. So there's very little uncertainty. So that the orange area shows you the 95% uncertainty range, and the green, the 80%. And the blue line is sort of, in a way, the most likely, the inner fractals. And you see that for people that will be aged between, let's say, 50 and 60, there's very little uncertainty. These people are already born, these cohorts. We know how many there are in Europe. And they're already in an age where future migration doesn't impact anymore, because migrants tend to be young. And then the younger the population, you go down in the age groups, the more highly uncertain it is. So if you're in the business of building elementary schools, you have to count on much higher uncertainty than if you are in the business of sort of caring about the retirement age. Why? Well, it's of course the fertility uncertainty. We don't know what the birth rate will develop, but also indirectly here the migration uncertainty and the children of the migrants. So that leads to this increase. What may be surprising for some of you is that the uncertainty opens up again at higher age. And this reflects our uncertainty in the scientific field about the future path of life expectancy. As you may know, and you will hear more about this in the later sessions, there really is a a big divide among demographers, some of them believing that increases in life expectancy will go on as they have, like gaining 2 to 3 years of life expectancy every decade, essentially 3 months per year. And others say, no, we are already close to a leveling off and there will not be much further increases. So depending on which school is right, you either have many more elderly people at very high age or less, and that's the uncertainty here. Well, if you translate this into the so-called support ratio, which is the proportion of people at the so-called working age 20 to 65 in relation to those older than 65, and that's sort of what the economists and politicians take very serious, then you do have indeed a surprisingly strong and even certain decline here. So at the moment, it's sort of, this is a base year population still of 2,000, but it didn't change too much recently. So 4 people on average in working age for elderly. And this will decline in very high probability to 2. So halving from 4 to 2 by the middle of the century. And what is also surprising to some, that here the uncertainty range really is relatively narrow. Because most of these cohorts are already born, so we know how big the cohorts are, and much of the uncertainty is really only migration uncertainty. And actually this very graph has been on the table of some of the deliberations of the ECOFIN and the European ministers concerned with the economic impact of aging. Well, that's the sort of the conventional view based on this demographic support ratio. But recently there has been some rethinking of population aging. In a way, age is not what it used to be. The meaning of age changes over time. And you may know this new saying that 50 is the new 40 or 70 is the new 60, that people all over the world actually not only live longer, but they're also longer in good health. And there's also ample evidence that a cognitive decline with age is shifting to higher and higher ages, not only the physical health. And this is particularly the case for better educated people. They stay longer mentally and physically active. And in countries without mandatory retirement ages, such as the United States, it's very clearly, we see also that the better educated voluntarily tend to work longer and longer. Not only because they want to make money, but also they derive some identity from meaningful work even at higher ages. So all these very relevant considerations are not included in this conventional demographic old age dependency ratio. So what to do about it? Well, we've tried to work with some new indicators. So here on top you have the old age dependency ratio in the conventional way. It's just the number of people above age 60 divided by the number of people 20 to 64. And now you can do several adjustments, but a pretty simple one is what we call the prospective old age dependency ratio. It means we don't take the year since birth as the criterion, but the age at which the remaining life expectancy of the age group is less than 15 years. So people who have on average 15 years or less to live. So that we call the old age threshold, and then the prospective old age dependency takes the number of people older than this threshold divided by the number of people 20 to the threshold. So the threshold shifts over time as life expectancy increases. Now the map of Europe dramatically changes depending on what dependency ratio you apply. So this is the conventional old age dependency ratio, and here you see the picture that is in the mind of many of us, that the western part of Europe is much older than the eastern part of Europe. Primarily because, as you know, until 1990, in Eastern Europe, birth rates were relatively high. They were almost replacement level, and therefore the populations there still have a higher proportion of younger people. And of course, Germany, together with Japan, is the oldest country in the world in terms of age structure. So that's the conventional picture. Now, if you move to the prospective dependency ratio, the picture really inverts, because life expectancy is so low in Eastern Europe. This is well known that in some countries, even in Russia, it has declined over the last 2 decades, and in other countries it has stagnated, where in the West life expectancy continued to increase. So if you take the consider people as old who have 15 or less years to live, then all of a sudden Eastern Europe is the old part, and the West, as you see in the blue areas, is much younger. Well, there has been many studies. To the left, you see the study Mastering Demographic Change in Europe, which 8 leading scientific academies of Europe, led by the Leopoldina, have been investigating this, and they very clearly say that we need to rethink aging, and in particular more explicitly introduce the cognitive dimension, the education, into our analysis. And I've myself tried on the global level, sort of with the title of redefining a new population policy rationale for the 21st century in the first of strengthening the human resource base for sustainable developments. That's what demographers should actually look at, not just at the numbers and the age structures of population. So what does this imply? Adding education to age and sex. In a way, there are 2 important reasons why we should be doing this. The first is that almost universally during demographic transition, more educated women have fewer children, they have lower child mortality, and more educated adults live longer. Hence, the changing education composition changes the population outlook. And particularly in the global level, like if women in Africa get educated more rapidly, their fertility will decline more rapidly. And the second is, of course, education is a crucial determinant of individual empowerment and human capital or human resource base for society, and a key driver of economic development, public health, quality of institutions, and we even showed together with Jalal Abbasi, who is here in the audience as well, that education is a key prerequisite of democracy and the move towards a modern democracy, as well as adaptive capacity to climate change, which is another very hot topic these days. So explicitly including education, we don't have the time now to do this, but we've really shown with this new demographic data by age and education, finally could demonstrate together with some economists that indeed education is a key driver of economic growth, particularly for countries to get out of poverty. They not only need primary education, but also secondary. As you may remember, the Millennium Development Goals of the UN had only universal primary education. The new Sustainable Development Goals now have universal primary and secondary education. A very ambitious goal, probably over-ambitious, but it accounts for this insight. And then, you know, the whole climate change debate at the moment is very important. And here I think demographers can also contribute, not so much on what we call the mitigation side, but also the adaptation side. What is demographic differential vulnerability? And in particular here, how are people differentially vulnerable by age, by gender, and by level of education? Well, we've recently put all these data on education and age and sex together in a major volume with projections for all countries in the world. And this is dedicated to Nathan Keefe at his 100th birthday. He was the mathematical demographer who really established these methodologies on multidimensional demography at YASA in the 1970s. And this sort of is the result of our global level population projections by 7 levels of education. So the overall line gives you population growth, but we subdivide it, and you here see that not only does the population continue to increase, but it's mostly the better educated population that will increase. So what does this mean in terms of generation? And my favorite topic is Singapore, which was completely uneducated around 1940, 1950, and then when the data begin in 1970, you see color gives you, red means never been to school, no education, yellow primary education, and then secondary and tertiary education, dark blue, and you see every adult above age 30, particularly women, were essentially uneducated. But today, Singapore is probably the best educated population in the world, with the young, like 80% of the younger cohorts having tertiary education, but still you have the elderly uneducated around. And this is what the demographer Norman Ryder 50 years ago called demographic metabolism. It's society's change through intergenerational change. You have the young generations, which in many countries are better educated than the older ones, moving up the age pyramid, and society's change change as these new generations, these new cohorts with new characteristics move up the age pyramid. Well, we are in Europe, so I showed our youngest member of the European Union, Croatia, you say, in 1970, still had a lot of uneducated people, particularly women at the older ages, and the majority of the population just with some primary education. But as time goes on, you see these better educated young people moving up the age pyramid. The country is modernizing, it's economically growing. This is Croatia 2000, 2010, and you can, of course, project this into the future. This is 2020 and 2030. So, of course, because of low fertility, the population will be much older, but you also can model the changing educational composition according to this demographic metabolism that cohorts move up, new kinds of people move up the age pyramid. Well, I will conclude this short overview with one exercise that we did for Austria, which is truly multidimensional. So what we have here is the population by 5-year age groups, 2 sexes. Well, some people say that actually we should have a third category, and some countries actually allow you to have gender undetermined as a third category, but for the time being we just have 2 categories here. And then we have 4 education categories, then cross-classified all with labor force status, 2 categories, and country of birth, whether the person was born inside or outside the EU. Altogether, this already gives you like 576 cells, categories by which we subdivide the population. And then we can play with this machinery. For instance, here, this is the Austrian population in 2011 by level of education. You see the age structure looks like a diamond. You have the baby boom cohorts really dominating the picture, now being around age 50. And again, you see that the younger ones tend to be better educated than the older ones, but the change was much less significant than in Singapore, for instance. And now we do different scenarios. For instance, Finland has a higher educational attainment, many more women in particular, tertiary education. So there's the assumption that Austrian education system within 15 years would shift to the Finnish, and what would that do to the population composition of Austria? And you see Austria would, the young generation, but much better educated than the older one, but it would take decades for the better educated to move up the age pyramid. Then we have the constant scenario. So this was 2051 with the improvement in education. This is keeping the current school system constant. You would have a much lower educational attainment. Well, let's move on to labor force. So this is something that actually is surprising. You see here in dark color people in the age pyramid who are working, men and women. It's always women to the right and men to the left. And the shaded is people who are not in the labor force. So look at all these women in Austria above the age of 50 who are not in the labor force. This is really a very significant group. And actually in Italy it's probably even more pronounced than in some southern European countries. In the northern European countries you have many more women also working at higher ages. If we look this, I'm sorry for the German labels here, I forgot to change them. This is quite important. This is labor force participation by education. And this is for women. So you see that the blue line, women with tertiary education, almost universally, more than 90% of them work, and they retire somewhat later than the people with lower. So the mid category, people with some professional training, they also work almost as high, but the big difference is with people who only have compulsory education. Look, the women, they start working, but then, of course, because of children, 40% of them are not in the labor force, and they also retire much earlier. So there's a very strong education driver of labor force participation. And for men, of course, you don't have this baby break, but still, even for men, you see that men with only compulsory education have lower labor force participation. Okay, now migration is also one of the key drivers, and we haven't done so far much on putting migration into the system, but this multidimensional machinery is very open to playing with migration scenarios, and that's what we are now planning to do for all countries in Europe. So here we have 3 scenarios: qualified migration, that's the red one, keeping the education composition as it is now, that's the intermediate one, and the green one, shows the hypothetical case of zero net migration, and this is the number of more highly qualified people as parts of the labor force, and of course you see that the higher qualified migration will lead to a significant increase. But if you look at the proportions that's interested, this is the proportion in the total Austrian population, 20 to 64, according to their education. So if you have more qualified education, actually you see a sizable change, almost 7 percentage points in the total population. You will have more highly educated people according to the specific scenario. So what I'm trying to say, and I'm already coming here now to the concluding slide for the European Union as a whole, whether or not migrants are good for the economic dependency ratio of the European Union in the future very much depends on whether they are highly educated or what is their general education level, and whether women of migrants also become part of the labor force. And here my colleague Elke Leuchinger had made for the whole European Union some scenarios that first of all shows you that if you keep sort of the current labor force participation rates constant, then indeed the economic dependency ratio, which is the dependency ratio weighted with labor force participation, really increases sharply from currently somewhat more than 1, already having more non-working people than working people, to 1.4. But if you keep it constant but factor in the education differentials that I showed you, then it's already a lower increase if we take account of the fact that in the future there will be more highly educated women and they tend to work more and longer. Then we have, if sort of the younger cohorts carry on their higher labor force participation, then we still have an increase. But look at this. The benchmark assumes that all European countries move to what we observe in Sweden today. So if all women in Europe within 20 years have a labor force pattern as we observe in Sweden today, even despite of population aging, there will be no increase in the economic dependency ratio. And migration also plays a role in this, and of course the more highly qualified migration in Europe we have, the more easily, at least from an economic perspective, we can deal with the otherwise increasing dependency ratio due to aging. And I think I stop at this point. Thank you.
I give the floor to Gustavo De Santis for his presentation, which is aging, senescence, and longevity. Are there limits?
Okay, hello everybody. I was assigned this title that you see there, and at first I thought that, well, the basic question was going to be, how long can we live? And so the first part of my presentation is actually about this. And by mere chance, I happened to read on an Italian newspaper that this Yasutaro Koide, I hope I pronounce it well, had just died at the beginning of 2016, and he was the oldest living man on Earth, apparently, almost 113 years of life. And so he was certificate, because a big issue in this kind of study is whether the data are good, can we trust the age that they declare, and in that case he was certificated old person. But then there are also other cases. Now there is a remaining, still a Japanese, we are not in Europe there, but still a Japanese is apparently the oldest man on Earth, aged 111, and then normally we have women who live longer than men, and so we have an American apparently, and she is Susanna Mushat or something, aged 116. And of course these are still living, but in the past we have cases of people who had lived to longer ages, and the world record is this French woman, Jean Calment, who died at the age of 122. And there are other examples which are becoming more and more frequent. There were real exceptions in the past. They are still exceptions, of course, but not so much exceptional any longer. And you see a few of the numbers there. And incidentally, I take the opportunity for advertising a little bit the newly born website, which I thought should be called News, but in fact, apparently, the correct pronunciation is NIUSSP. But anyway, it is a website where the idea is that of disseminating scientific knowledge in the field of population. And I am lucky enough to have found the proper information for this part of the proper information for this presentation precisely on that website. So, in case you have nothing to do. This again is a long record of people dying, and what is recorded is the highest age at death in Sweden for a long period of time, because Sweden has a long tradition of good records. And as you can see, women in red are normally better, meaning living longer than men, in blue. And there is a lot of noise in that series, but a lot of variation. But you can also clearly distinguish that there is an uprising trend. And on top of that, that this trend has been rising more rapidly in recent years, which is both good and bad news, depending on how you look at that, so that apparently the age span is expanding, and we can live longer than our fathers and grandfathers did. So the big issue is what is maximum. There are two different topics here. One is longevity, and the other is maximum life expectancy. Longevity is basically the exception, the longest possible extent of human life, which is not going to be the average, not going to be normal, but it's going to be possible for very few of us. So what is the maximum possible span of life that we can hope for? Basically, we don't know. But looking at trends, looking at the historical series, demographers more or less guess that it should be just above the 122 years that was ever recorded for Jean Calment. Then there is a second question. Let us assume that this limit exists, that it is more or less around 122 or something more, but is this maximum span increasing? Can we hope for longer spans of life? And you can find a lot of people saying this and that, but basically I trust rather Jacques Vallin when he says that we don't have solid evidence enough as yet as to state something which is, scientifically sound. Because we have too few observations. It's true that there are a lot of people on Earth. It's true that recording their age at death is getting better and better, but still, those who die at high ages today were born 100 and so years ago, and at that time, the registration of birth was not always exceptional in every part of the world, so there are still a lot of doubts as to actually how old they are at the time when they die. So the doubts that surround the issue are such that we can't really state for sure that this limit is increasing. Well, one of the objections is, well, we observe more and more people living to very high ages, true, but we also observe more and more people who get to the age of, say, 100. So there are more people who have the chances to reach this upper limit than was the case in the past. So it is not really a proof that this maximum life longevity is increasing. But depending, we don't really care. Personally, I don't really care that much as to what longevity, maximum longevity could be, because what is more interesting from the point of view of demographers is the average, what happens to population as a whole. Now, assuming that this longevity is more or less there, this does not mean that population average will get there. Why? Well, because there is heterogeneity, which means that some people die earlier than others, and the average is necessarily going to be lower, actually much lower than that limit that you see there. And here again, we don't know for sure where, if and when we will stop, but it seems reasonable to assume that this stop could be somewhere between 90 and 100 years, and not in the near future, but this is going to come in some time in the future. How can we say that? Well, look at this picture here. This is average, not individual cases, population average, and the highest life expectancy observed in the world for the past 250 years has been increasing. Note that it is not always the same country that has the world record. This record has been changing from Norway to Japan, actually, and many other countries that you can perhaps read in there. And what you see, basically, is that there is an increasing trend, and which is a promising message. So if we let time go by for some time, we might go as high as we want, maybe. But maybe not, because if you look at the same picture, but a bit more in detail, we can see that this increasing trend can perhaps be broken down in sub-periods. And we observed that in the remote past there was no significant increase, and then things started to get better. These changes are here associated with a few scientific inventions, the introduction of vaccination, etc. And despite the fact that things are getting better and better, you can also notice that there is a decreasing, the increase is not as rapid as it was in the past, and it might be slowing down even more in the future, which corroborates the view that I introduced before, that we are improving, but we will not keep on improving forever, and we might stop somewhere between 90 and 100 years as an average for a population. This is UN data, and you can see that average length of life, and you can see that this has been increasing in the world. Europe is faring pretty well, although not the best in the world, but not bad. And things have been improving, and there is a tendency towards convergence observed for the past and probably also going to happen for the future. And you see that we are projected to reach maybe in the best cases, somewhere around 85, which is not bad, but still not exceptionally high, depending on what you read. In some cases, people are induced to believe that we can progress forever. Up to almost no limit, which I don't think is going to be the case. Here also you can see something which is of interest, because the proportion of people reaching the age 80 years has been increasing very much in the past. We are comparing here to birth cohorts spaced by 50 years. The red one is a birth cohort, are several birth cohorts born mid-50s, and the green one are birth cohorts born at the beginning of this century, and the more recent cohorts are, of course, expected to live longer, and there is a substantial increase in the proportion of people who will likely reach the age of 80, and this is basically good message in the sense that we are losing young people less and less. There are more people who reach high ages, but then at that point, this is not shown here, most likely they will have to stop sooner or later. Of course, extending the length of life has good aspects, but it also has bad aspects. And one of the bad aspects that we have already heard from the previous presentation is that this implies aging. And this is a conventional measure of aging, proportion over 50. And as you can see, this proportion is expected to increase markedly, has been increasing in the recent past, and is expected to increase still further in the future, which is normally taken as a worrying message. This increase is well distributed all over the world. Africa is currently the youngest population, but even there, the proportion over 60 will increase sooner or later. Europe is the oldest region in the world currently, but others are also on the rise. So aging is an issue. And it is not, as I said, not only in Europe. This is comparing two cases, Germany and Brazil. The red rectangle denotes what is the situation today, but you can see what it was in the past and what is going to be in the future. What meets the eye here is especially the size of the figures, but if you look at the shape, you may notice that Germany and Brazil used to be very different in the past. They're not going to be that different in the future, because both in Germany and in Brazil, the aging process is, has taken place and is taking place currently, and they will become very similar in the future, basically meaning aging is a worldwide problem. Of course, when you notice that aging is increasing, you start worrying. And the two main worries are about the sustainability of the pension system, which is underlined in the World Population Aging Report. And they don't say it explicitly, but they are basically against pay-as-you-go systems, and they are in favor of funded systems. Here and elsewhere, this message is repeated. And there are also concerns about the healthcare system, which is costly and is becoming more and more costly. And there are doubts that we will be able to sustain the expenses in the future in the presence of an aging population. Well, aging is an issue, yes, but maybe not so much as we normally think, and we've heard it already. We can look at aging also in different ways. One, the traditional way is to look at how many years you have already lived, and you see an example over there. This is the share age 65 and over. But you can also look at how many years you still have to live, and it is exactly what we've been shown before. And in that case, the picture that you get is the one that you see, can I, maybe? Yes, down there. And as you can see, the first thing is that in the past 50 years or so, you have no aging at all, rather a rejuvenation of the population. Why? Because extending life expectancy leaves you more years to live in the future, so you're not getting, even if you're older in the sense that you have already lived more years, you still have more than 15 years left to live, and so you're not considered old by that standard. And in the future, yes, there is going to be aging, but not that much. So the aging problem can be, let's say, dramatic if you look at there, let's say, perfectly manageable if you look at down there. There are also other approaches to measuring aging. For instance, you can consider instead of the last 5 years of life, and here the idea is health costs are especially high in the final years of one's life. I thought it was the last 2, but let us look at the last 5, and in this case, you basically concentrate on how costly it is for society to have a person in that specific age bracket, which means close to death. And here again, you can, well, I don't have the picture, but the result is that aging is not a tremendous issue as it normally appears. And also, you can have the so-called characteristics approach. Well, all these alternative approaches are basically characteristics approach, but the characteristics approach tries to measure how old you are on the basis of how well you can perform, either physically or mentally. And here, these are more difficult measures actually, because you don't have normally that for the entire population, but only for samples, only for selected years, not always comparable over time or across countries, but basically the message is once again much better, also because of the increase in education. And here you have a message. This is people working with our friend Wolfgang Lutz, and this specific measure is the so-called immediate recall score. Basically, you select a sample, you nominate one by one, you nominate 10 animals, and then you immediately ask them to repeat the animals that they've just heard. And if you read 05, it means that they remember 5 animals out of 10 that you have just nominated. And this immediate recall score is, of course, higher for younger people and lower for older people. And you can interpret the speed of the decline as a measure of how you fare less well as you get old, which is true, but not dramatically so. And most importantly, there are a few countries, for instance, the United States is, what's that, the yellow line over there, Northern Europe is the black line over there, and they are basically the same. And the idea is these people over there are not, well, if you take an American at the age of 70, he performs as well as, what is that, a Southern European at the age of 50. So basically, thanks to education, thanks to the fact that they are exposed to certain cultural stimuli, you can get old in certain countries and still be as young as others are in different contexts. And this is basically a hopeful message. And one of the implications of this characteristics approach is that we should not consider fixed age limits anymore, but we should move to moving age limits in talking about aging, who is old and who is not. And my contribution to the matter is that we do have population projections. They are getting better and better. We have probabilistic projections, but basically we might not need them. Why? Well, because we just look at that thing over there, which is a stationary population, basically the information that you have in any current life table, and you interpret it, and it changes over time. You don't have to project it. You just use what you have, and you can adjust your policy measures, if you want, your threshold ages, to what is observed and documented for that specific year, and you keep changing as your life table changes. Why do I say so? Well, this is Europe, early 80s, and you have two age profiles. This one is the traditional age profile, which means the actual population, how it is, how it was. And this is a stationary population, that is the information that you derive from the life table. And the two, well, you can put together, and you can see that they are not that far. And if you go on, and you do the same, that is the past, that is today, that is the near future, that is the remote future. And basically what you observe, these are all UN data, and basically what you observe is that the two age structures are not the same over time, but they are normally close to each other. And they are so close that you can measure the difference. Well, I'm not going into details, but basically this difference is small, and it is decreasing over time because we have had waves in the past linked to war, to baby booms, etc., and this creates distortion in the actual age structure, which are not reflected in the reference or stationary population, but these tend to smooth out as time goes by. And basically you can, well, the message is, the red line is today, and this is the trend over time, which means that they are getting closer and closer. And basically the message is, well, you can use the current life table to say something about how your population is normally going to be, and basically, essentially, how you should divide your population in classes. For instance, imagine you're interested in just three large age classes, the young, the adults, and the seniors. And imagine that you have something that you deem fit for a certain situation. You start over there. This is a situation where life expectancy is low, about 60 years. And you decide that you want certain shares, which, if I remember well, are about 18% here, 55% here, and the remaining 20 or something percent over there. And if you deem this fit for that particular situation, which is sometime in the past, well, you can keep it forever. How? Well, simply shifting your age limits from 15 here to 16 there. It's written over there. No, it's 14, sorry, to 15. It becomes 16. It becomes 17. So that the green area there remains always the same proportion of the total area. So basically, you adjust your age limits, especially for the pension system, for instance. If you start with a retirement age, which is normally 60, well, as life expectancy improves and reaches, for instance, 70, you have to move it, and after some calculation, you find out that it is now 62. And then your life expectancy increases again, and you adjust it to 66. And then it increases again, might be over there in the future, I don't know, I don't really care. The only thing that I say is that, well, you can adjust your age limits in such a way that it is irrelevant, basically. You preserve the same proportion. This is the reference population, but with as I told you before, the actual population is not going to be very distant from that. So if I give a policy message, which is you adjust your age limits in such a way that these proportions are always preserved, always in the future, I don't really care what the limits are in terms of how long we will survive. This can be better or worse. In all cases, it will be irrelevant because adjustments will be automatic, might be automatic if we want to. So my conclusion, if we can properly adjust threshold ages, I'm reading because I like what I wrote. The part of aging driven by survival, because aging can be driven by survival and fertility and migration, but the message that I rapidly sketched is that mortality and survival is the most important driver of aging in the long run. So if you can properly adjust these threshold ages to the part that is driven by survival, aging is no longer an issue. But this is a big if, of course, because it's not easy to adjust these threshold ages, both in terms of, well, say, resistance within society, and possibly because there might be physical limits. People might not be as productive at the age of 70 as they are. So this is an issue, but the message that we have just heard is that with improved education and also changing labor market, this should be possible. But in all cases, if you can adjust these limits, aging is no longer a problem. If you cannot adjust this limit, then you will have greater need for transfers between generations. Those of working age will be a lower share of the total population, which will impose a greater need for transfers. And this need for transfer cannot be pushed beyond certain limits. We are probably already stretching these limits today because the proportion of taxes and contribution to the pension system is very high. So there is not going to be much elasticity on that. But basically the message is, and this concludes my presentation, the limits might or might not be there in the natural field on how long we can live, but the only limits that we should worry about is our social capability of adapting to the changing nature of the humankind, which are bringing ourselves about because with improvement in education, hygiene, etc., we are extending the limits of life. Okay, we also need to adjust societies to that. That's all.
I'm supposed to introduce the debate. I would want to say, first of all, that this first section is very optimistic. Fundamentally, what we end from this, for aging for Europe is not a big problem because if we just adapt pension, because you mean pension time, pension age, but they are in good health. The longevity is very long, the good health, the possibilities. So probably we were to... Well, yes, they're already working a lot at home and outside. And on the other hand, there is another very optimistic vision. If you consider education, we should worry much less, because if we introduce education into the basket, you understand also that the productivity of the population. So the people that are old, if they are educated, they keep on working and they're very productive. And so these two, you will see later on, this is a very optimistic vision of the aging. And I have, however, three questions, three comments that I would like to pose to introduce the debate. The first one, I'm an economist, and for me, forecasting are really something very fascinating, but very difficult to do. I remember when Massimo Livi-Bacci asked me to forecast in the next 5 years the employment rate. I was absolutely shocked. I told him, not even the central bank is able to do this. How I could do something like that? Yes, because the economist has always the idea that there is an interaction, that people don't do something, an action like invest in education if there is not a return. You said that people are investing in education because the higher level of education has a higher return. However, in your projection, as you stress, you have mainly a supply-side model. You don't control by the demand. And this is the first time that I make a compliment to the CEDEFOP, in which they forecast demand first, and after they adjust to the demand they supply. They make probably many many inappropriate way in which they do, but at least they control the increase in education by the increase in the human capital by the demand of the market. If you want to forecast not in the year 2095, but in the next 5, 7, 10 years, something like that, probably I presume that education will increase only if there is a specific demand for a given profession. The general increased education is in a certain way decline because when you have an excess demand for a type of profession, afterward there will be a supply, a student pursuing this type of education, but after they create an excess demand, this reducing the wage, the return, and the cycles go on. And in addition, there is a lot of brain waste, not only among the migrants, but among the natives. So that means people with education, but not with the productivity of an educated person. People are running restaurant, bars with PhD. So this is something that I want to ask. The positive vision of education is just a little bit probably too optimistic if there are not big change in the society, on the demand side, on the labor market. The second comment that I would like to make, you stress in your analysis that the duration of life is causing aging, much more than fertility and migration. At least this is written in your... But again, the weight of old age on the working age, on the population, depend on the number of children. So this again depends on the fertility and on migration. So on the Gustavo proposed to shift the right limit ahead to keep the same size, but if we don't shift on this right limit ahead, and fertility of women, given women has to work, as Gustavo De Santi was correctly suggesting, this implies lower fertility in Europe. This implies that if we want to cope with a more balanced population, we need a strong and social and economic incentive to have children and social support, but very strong on this. Otherwise, we have a longer population, but made by only adults with the first group. The last comment is that in the same line, if we analyze the labor market with a stock flow model, the people that enter in the labor market are the same number of the people that exit from the labor market. If you don't have growth that increase the size of the labor market, you have only the replacement demand, which is working. Now, what is happening? The extension of the working life for pension system is creating a queue at the entrance, which is very problematic. So the present generation is queuing because the outflow are reducing because the people keep on working, remain on the job, and this creates a type of this reduction of the replacement demand is really problematic. So and only growth, a strong growth, and strong social policies that favor fertility can be a solution for this. I close my comments and I leave the floor to the audience before answering the speaker.
Should I start or should
Do you want to collect other questions?
yeah, maybe let's collect first.
Yes.
Two quick comments. One in relation to moving the age groups. Although that might answer the aging issue, it doesn't pay attention or it doesn't affect the total population. Hello, thank you. And then a quick comment on migrants and maybe an additional level of important information on the migrant stock. It's the level of return of migrants. And what I mean by this is if 0.25% of the migrants go back to their countries of origin and are replaced by newer, younger migrants, this slows down even further the aging process of the migrant stock. So what we're seeing, we're noticing more and more evidence that a significant percentage of migration, it's short-term migration, and by short-term, 5 to 10 years, but not a one-time event and stay forever. So I think, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just 3 points. First, one question to the king of projections, which I mean Wolfgang. There is a general tendency to believe that at the end of this century, there will be a kind of rapid convergence towards more or less similar behaviors in terms of fertility, reproduction, and also in terms of expectation of life. This is reflected, for instance, by the UN. In the revision of 2012, the UN even postulated the disappearance of net migration between countries by the end of the century. And the 2015 revision, they have, there is a convergence in migration flows to very small level of net migration between countries by the end of the century. Now, how far can we go? Can we believe in convergence? You seem to believe in convergence very much because by the end of the century we will have the diffusion of education, and educated people will have more or less the same fertility, which I doubt. But I mean, what is your opinion on this subject? And secondly, all the projections imply an improvement in expectation of life, which is very nice. The survival curves is moving leftwards, more and more. But are we sure this is going to be the case? In the US, health swallows some 19%, 18% of the GDP of the nation. And how far can we live long because we have good health systems with democratic and universal access to health systems. Can we maintain the health systems as democratic and as good as we have them today in the developed countries? I think there is a big question mark. If the health system, I don't say cracks, but somehow, is not doesn't cover 100% of the population, or you start putting thresholds for access to the health system, then you're going to have bad surprises. So I'm not sure that our survival is there for continuous improvement. Third point, aging is fine. I enjoy aging because the alternative, as you know, it's not the most attractive one. But again, innovation is not something that you do at old age. If you look at Nobel Prizes, they have gained the Nobel for inventions and innovations that these people have done when they were in their 30s. And the age hasn't moved up. Sergey Brin and Jeff Bezos or Steve Jobs, or they all have innovated when they were in the 20s. So innovation doesn't increase, doesn't go. It's something that is connaturated to the young age. And I think an aging population has this problem, and in a society based on knowledge, as we used to say, I'm not sure that society is based on knowledge somehow, and that the future of society is, but anyhow, let's take this, it's a nice idea, but although I am a little bit skeptical of that. Europeans were the best educated people in the world, and they have killed each other for centuries, you see, and the rate of killing hasn't abated through the centuries. But anyway, I think that the innovation doesn't go up with aging, and that's something that we should take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question to Gustavo. One of your crucial assumptions, if I understand correctly, is that the actual population will become more or less like a stationary population. And don't you think that, especially when you use the long-term projections, this is a little bit a statistical artifact, in the sense the assumptions are often leveling off in the long term, and therefore when you have vital rates for the ergodicity, you end up basically with the stationary of methodologies used in projections rather than a real fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much for two very interesting presentations. One point that wasn't really mentioned was conditional life expectancy. We have heard a lot about life expectancy, but what about conditional life expectancy once you've reached the age of 65 or 70? How are the trends there? Is it increasing as much? And the second point is, you both, and in particular Gustavo de Santis, mentioned this shifting retirement age, but when you look at the preferences of people, when surveys, when they're asked what do you prefer, increased contributions, lower pensions, or increased working age, then they all, that nobody wants to work longer. So how do you reconcile that with this projection that we need? Basically, obviously the best thing would be to increase that, but voter turnout and recent elections in France and elsewhere have shown that very clearly, that people do not want to work longer. So how do we feed that in, and how can we, from a political economy perspective, account for that challenge? Thanks.
Yes, one question. Yes, one question for Gustavo. I think that there is a problem in the idea that the age of retirement have to grow and grow. It have, of course, to grow and grow, but the problem is that there are very strong differences in survival by social class and by human capital. Then it's simply not possible to think that when people that work in, for example, with manual hard work to work until he is 70, 75. It's simply not possible. Then I think that when we can try to make this kind of forecast, we have to distinguish between a group of population. And we have to think through flexibility in retirement. And because it's simply not right from the when the life expectancy for some groups is 75, it's not 85, but 75, if we speak of mean, we are speaking about inequality. Then we have to distinguish, and also the message to people have to be so. We have to avoid, as demographer, to not distinguish. And we have to see also the truth that the high human capital people have to retire later, and the other have to retire before. I think it's very important to consider when we say this kind of forecast.
Let us give the speaker the opportunity to answer.
Well, thank you very much. This was really a number of very good and pertinent questions, and I think I tried to answer them in the order of substantive important coherence. I think probably the key point was made by Massimo, about how we deal with the uncertainty in the future trend of mortality, but also fertility, and of course migration, which is probably the most uncertain of the three demographic components. And then of course there is education and labor force uncertainty on top of this if we do multidimensional projections. Now you may know that actually at IASA over the last 5 years we've moved back to what was sort of the old way of dealing with uncertainty, and still is the dominating view in the climate change or global environmental change community, namely alternative scenarios. There has been a whole new generation of IPCC scenarios. You know, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has really brought together the 20 leading global change modeling institutions in the world, and we've agreed on a joint set of what we call shared socioeconomic pathways. They defined 5 different pathways. And of course, there always needs to be one sort of middle of the road, and that is very much the same idea of statistical agencies have their medium variant and something sort of that seems most likely from today's perspective. But then among these 5 scenarios, there are quite extreme scenarios. There is, for instance, a scenario on stalled development where we put into numbers all these things that you mentioned as possible. There's no further expansion of education. Actually, in Africa, the school system will not be able to expand as fast as the population grows, and because women with low education have more children, actually the number of uneducated people in Africa will grow. The world population will reach 13 to 14 billion by the end of the century. Life expectancy will not continue to increase. Actually, in some parts of the world, it will be decreased due to conflicts and problems in healthcare systems. And also within countries, inequalities increase, so we have even this heterogeneity within countries. So this has all been put into specific scenarios that are now being used as alternative future pathways by all the climate change and environmental modeling communities. So it's really, I very strongly support this view. We should not focus on whatever institutions consider the most likely pathway, which tends to be relatively optimistic with further gains in life expectancy. Just a footnote on the second point by Massimo, which was sort of the innovation and the aging. Actually, the empirical evidence on this is not very strong. We've tried to collect things. I mean, how do you capture it? Well, patents filed. This is one way of measuring that. And that, first of all, you see that this is almost exclusively a function of the educational level in the population. I mean, there's almost no patents coming out of Africa, although you have this very youthful population. And Japan and Germany, which are the oldest populations in the world, actually have some of the highest rates of patents. Of course, then if you look most patents are filed by companies and not by individuals these days. And within the companies, we actually find that it's always a good mix of young and old people that is the most productive. It's not exclusively companies with young people, but you need a mix. But that's a different story. Now, coming back to Alessandra's very important question about sort of the supply side and demand for education. Well, first of all, I think in demography, what we are aiming at is really the demand side of the labor market. I mean, we focus on the population, people who are there to do things, to work, and we just want to see how this population, how the supply of people is changing. How many of them are, what's their age structure, what is their sex composition, what is their education, and so on. Now, how does the educational structure change? And I mean, the historical evidence is quite clear that at least in the early phases of education expansion, it has not been a demand by the labor market. Wherever you look, I mean, I did my dissertation on historical demography in Finland quite some years ago, and I mean, this was the poorest corner of Europe in the late 19th century. It was almost completely illiterate, just a tiny educated elite. And then they had a huge famine where a quarter of the population died in the 1860s. And then the Lutheran Church decided the only hope for this is to educate the people, but not for economic reasons, but for religious reasons, because Martin Luther said that every individual, whether woman or man, whatever social class, should be able to read the Bible. And they were very tough. So if you wanted to get to marry, you had to pass a literacy test. You actually had to read aloud a full page. Then you were allowed to marry. And in this very strict setting, it was also a permission for sex. So this was a relatively strong incentive for learning how to read and write. And it had nothing to do with economics. This was a purely agricultural society. There was no benefit whatsoever. But then later on, the great benefits of education helped Finland to move from the poorest to one of the most competitive countries. And you see this everywhere. I've showed the data on Singapore. Always it was wise politicians who started the investment in human capital first, and then the economic ends come. Of course, it changes a bit when you go to higher education. When you need specific skills, of course, there people see what is required on the labor market. But this major transition from uneducated to basic education is really... Well, let me conclude with a small anecdote. You know Theodor Schultz, the famous economist from Chicago who got the Nobel Prize for his human capital theory. In his memoirs, he makes a little mentioning where he says that actually when it would be up to his parents, he should have stayed at the farm. They did not allow him to go to college. So he had to sneak away at night, at dark, to go to college. And so the demand for education from the side of his parents was not there. And I mean, this is probably the right way to think about this, that there are other reasons. Of course, there are many other benefits than income. I mean, it's the empowerment that goes along with education. And it's the health effects that we talked about. It's your participation in society and all these things that come along with education that are not just income earned through your salary. Okay, let's see what yes, there was this, Pablo, this point of migration being fluctuating. Yes, I couldn't agree more. We do assume some stochasticity from one year to the other, and it's clearly the history never shows straight lines of equal level of migration. And what in the long run, I mean, again, the only way to deal with this, we just don't know. There may be completely new migration streams. I mean, the UN projections is that our medium variant also assumes somehow the current pattern of migration being continued into the future, and only the volume is changed. But we may have, I don't know, the climate change, we may have migration from Bangladesh into Siberia, which is this vast empty land which will be warmer and better for agriculture under climate change. And so there can be completely new pathways that have no precedent. So the only way to sort of capture this is scenarios. And then, of course, you may at some point ask, why do we do projections at all if there is such great uncertainty? The answer is, well, we do know more than nothing. I mean, as compared to economists you mentioned or other, demographic trends are relatively slow because there's so much inertia in the system, which depends on the fact that on average people live 70 to 80 years. So if we know how many 10-year-olds are there today, we have a pretty good handle on how many 70 years old there will be in 60 years. So therefore, but we have to really not make the mistake of underestimating uncertainty and having a too narrow range in mind. And I think I'll stop at this point.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. My first answer is there is going to be a number of the Vienna Yearbook of Population dated 2014, but not yet appeared.
It has come out last week.
Oh, it has just appeared, okay. Where I have an article and I talk about my proposed pension system, and I think you will find an answer to all of your questions there, so I'm not going to spoil you the joy of reading the article. But just very briefly, I think that my main contribution is a great simplification of the matter. Basically, what I'm trying to say is we don't need projections anymore. We might have them, we might like them, but basically for such an important issue as the pension system, we might just observe what is happening every year and adjust things to what we observe on the basis of the life table. That's a great simplification. Another great simplification is that several of the measures that are commonly used are not necessary in this context. One of them is conditional life expectancy. We might, of course, be interested in knowing what is life expectancy at the age of 60, at the age of 80, at the age of whatever, but we don't need it for setting up a proper and viable and all the other attributes that you may introduce pension system that will be working forever. The issue of inequality. You don't have to go far into the future to wonder about inequality. You take any system today, the Italian one, for instance, and in the current state of affairs, you have an issue of inequality between those who started working early or late, those who have a manual occupation or intellectual occupation, and so on and so forth. So in this sense, what I said is nothing more and nothing less than what we know today. the problem is that what is going to happen in the future? My answer is, let's not worry about aging, about the age structure of the future, because we can adjust that. And the issue of inequality will remain just as it is now. Incidentally, the other part of my proposed pension system, which I've not discussed and I'm not going to discuss here, also answers part of your question. So there is also a way of taking injustice, if you want, into consideration with some proper measure, which you will read in the paper if you want to. There is the issue of, is this just an academic artifact? We are relying on ergodicity and this kind of stuff so that reality will be different. Well, the point is, reality will be different. I know that for sure. But what I try to show is that it's not going to be that different. So that if you set up a system which is, I would say, gauged on the reference population, which is the stationary population of that time moving, the actual pension system will be slightly different, and you will have to adjust to actual situations, but you know right now that the situation will not be that much different from what you are projecting right now. And, well, the details are, we can discuss them, it's not here the moment, but basically, I'm not saying that I believe that the future will be this or that. I'm just saying that we have a guideline for acting in the future, and it is adapt to what the situation is, and the situation is measured in every year by the stationary population of that specific moment, which is moving over time. Another issue is, do we want to work more? As we live longer, people might prefer to remain where they are. And this links to your other question. As we raise retirement age, this blocks the turnover of the younger generation. Well, my answer is, people have preferred not to work longer for much time, even to start retiring earlier and earlier. And all of a sudden, we find out that it was no longer possible. So we suddenly changed the retirement age. And this produced the effect that our chair was saying, meaning that all of a sudden, people did not retire at the age of, say, 60, but at the age of 63. And then in this period, there was a huge change in the labor market, which blocked the prospects for the younger generations. But if we adjust this gradually, as life expectancy changes, and you move retirement age, which means very slowly every year, but every year, then this effect will vanish out and will no longer be an issue. But then the issue remains of whether people will want to do that. Well, of course, they are not obliged to do that. First thing, let me say that if my propositions were followed, basically, you would preserve the same proportion, which means if you live 80 years and you work 40 years of these 80, then you live an extra year, which you did not expect. Basically, my proposition is that you should work 6 months more, which is exactly half of the extra time that you have been allotted. Why? Because you have decided to work half of the time up to now, so why should you change your idea? That's my first point. But even in that, let us assume that people are not prepared to do that. They prefer to retire at a fixed age. Well, in that case, the implication is you have to increase correspondingly the the contribution rate, or reduce pension benefits, or both. And as an economist would say, you set up rules at first, and then you let people decide, but it must be immediately apparent that every choice has a cost. Either you work longer, or you pay more, or you receive less in pension benefits. Currently, the message has not been that. The message has been, okay, let's just retire at the usual age and enjoy pension benefits, the same pension benefits for longer time. And in that case, everybody would choose, well, I would rather retire as I retire now. The message is we should set things right so that people also make their choices in an informed setting and are prepared to pay the price of living longer, basically. Am I forgetting anything?
So, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, urgent question, there is another section for debate and discussion after the second presentation. We can go for the coffee break. Thank you so much.
I didn't.
No, you have.
No, I forgot to answer your issue of total population, sorry. There are aspects in my system that the simple consideration of the life table cannot cover, and that includes especially fertility and migration. Now, there are extreme scenarios where fertility is low, migration is not influenced, or even out-migration, and in that case, you have also bigger problems than they appear now. But they have to be so large and so big that a probabilistic projection will tell you that the likelihood of their appearance is close to zero. If they do appear, yes, I do not have the answer. But in that case, I tend to believe that it's not only a matter of pension system, it is the whole society that will crumble if, for instance, a population disappears or gets close to disappearance because of low fertility, strong out-migration, and this stuff. So there are extreme cases where I don't have the answers, yes. In all other cases, I do.
Social and political sensibilities, and the time lag that it takes for those lessons to be learned. And it was instructive that you gave the Singapore example, because for two reasons. First, one of the successes of Singapore was that it was a very authoritarian regime run by intelligent people, but which did not really have to take into account to put to a popular democratic choice the kind of things that Professor DeSantis would say have to be done. So these intelligent people could predict, plan in a very dirigiste and authoritarian way, and therefore the model seemed to work, and it's exalted, and in some ways it's admirable, but it's not transferable to the messy kind of politics which our European democracies are accustomed to. And also I think I may be mistaken here, but I think the stats that you give for Singapore relate to the citizens of Singapore. But more than half the population of Singapore are not citizens, are not included in these stats, do not have the same education levels, and one of the reasons the society functions in the way it does is because, again, because of the political structure of Singapore, you can have a society in which your citizens have the kind of structure and benefits which are so admirable, and half your population are not citizens and work in a different climate, something that politically, for example, in Europe, would not be available. So the answers that I think you give, if I understood you correctly, Professor DeSantis, are the kind of answers which you say, yes, there are solutions. If we do this, we will do that. But they're not the kinds of answers that interact with the reality of political life. How will that be exploited by political parties? What is the time length of the learning curve? What happens when the learning curve comes too late? And things like that. There's a certain political unrealism to the way you present. There's not a problem. We just have to adjust the bands, and then everything will take care of itself.
If I could quickly respond first to Singapore, it includes also the permanent resident population, which is about then 75% of the total, but it does not include the temporary workers, as you correctly point out. Now, there is an example in Sweden where a very radical pension reform has been implemented that sort of works with a specific formula where automatic the balance of flows and the increases in life expectancy are worked in, which looks less dramatic. I mean, to the average citizen, it looks plausible that it doesn't say your pension retirement age is increasing as follows, but if life expectancy should happen to increase, then it will be adjusted by so and so much. But even in Sweden, which has a tradition of being politically very transparent, this deal was first negotiated among the parties without much public discussion and then relatively fast passed through parliament. But they managed to get it implemented. But this may not be as easy in other countries in Europe.
very rapidly. You're perfectly right. This is a very thorny political issue, and I tend to believe that the kind of solution they adopted in Sweden could be used also elsewhere. But also, let me observe. I'm not going to discuss this because I'm not an expert. First, there is no time, and it's too complicated. But let me just point this out. In Italy, we have a pension system which has not been reformed for several times. Then we have had a lot of reforms, one after the other. Currently, we have a system by which basically we measure by how much life expectancy increases, and automatically the age at retirement is increased in the same proportion, which means that without much discussion, just out of need, because our system is crumbling down, political class decided to set up a very unpopular rule, which is deemed, rightly so, necessary to preserve the viability of the system. So my main point is, I agree it's going to be difficult, but it's also going to be necessary, and somehow reforms have been made, in Sweden better, in other countries worse, but I think that we will need to reform systems even more, and the idea of having a theoretically good possibility is an option, an extra option, which we might or might not exploit.
I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
And Sarah said you might have a few minutes to speak with me.
When will it be?
If you have a few minutes now, or after the break, or whenever it's convenient for you, I'm here for the entire 2 days.
What will be the topic exactly?
So I write articles about migration issues for Al Jazeera English.
see, I'm supposed to introduce now Philippe Fargue, who everybody knows, who was the founding director of the Migration Policy Center. He's a demographer and sociologist as well, and he has been director of the Center for Migration and Refugees at the American University of Cairo. He was before in Lebanon. He is a member of the French National Institute of Demography, and we can go on, as with the previous speaker, for many hours. He's working on many fields: refugees, forecasting migration, high-skill migration, and he's an expert, as everybody knows, on the Arab migration, especially on the Arab migration. I give him the floor for his presentation, whose title is Population Age and Skill Aging.
Okay, hi again. Thank you, Alessandra. So, as we have understood from the previous speakers, aging is certainly one of the most significant demographic trends of the 21st century. It is also a universal trend. And the question I'm going to ask is aging good or bad for the economy? I will make a distinction, or we can make a distinction between two dimensions of aging. One is aging of individuals, which is a continuous and irreversible process. And the other one is aging of populations, which is reversible and a process that combines two different things. One is increasing longevity, and we have been talking about this in the previous session. And the other one is decreasing fertility. So aging at the top, longevity, aging at the bottom, fertility. I will focus on both processes. The first process, individuals aging, I will say a few words, let's say, about the life cycle approach of aging and about the cohort approach. And I will say perhaps more about the second aspect, which is population aging. And there I will ask a very precise question, which is, what is the expected impact of decades of below replacement fertility in Europe on the workforce in the next 2 decades? Why in the next 2 decades? Because I just want to eliminate uncertainties that are linked with fertility, because we don't know the future of fertility. So I will concentrate on people who are already born today. And in terms of numbers, the factors that are playing on these people will be only mortality, which is known and negligible at young ages, and migration. And because migration is what is interesting for us, I will borrow to Eurostat a very interesting set of projections, which are the projections in the no migration scenario. What will happen if migration stops today in 2016? So what will happen? And by contrast with what would happen then and what we would like to happen, we may have an idea about desired patterns of migration in the future. So first, I just would like to give you numbers, and these are very simple numbers. If we look at the future of the population aged 20 and above in 20 years, so already there, and we look at 2 age groups, the young workers, 20 to 44, will lose 19% of their current size in the no migration scenario. Keep this in mind. The 45-64 will also decrease by 8%, and the 65 and plus will continue to increase by 39%. So you have here not the percentage, but the absolute numbers. So if we want, for example, that could be an objective, to just to maintain the size of our workforce. if we want to maintain the size of our workforce or working age population, because I'm not factoring labor participation rates here. It is working age population. If we want to maintain the size, then we have to replace the 32 million that are going to miss below 45 years, plus the 8 million that are going to miss between 45 and 65 by people who will be above 65. And we obtain this age distribution of the workforce. The current age distribution is in blue, and the future age distribution is in red. So it will just result into elevating the age at the upper limit, let's call that, the upper limit from 65 to 72, and the mean age from 42.8 to 47.0. And the question is, again, is it good or bad for the economies? So I'm not talking about is it good or bad for individuals or for political debates in my country. I'm just trying to see what will happen for the economies. And then you have the two perspectives. You have the cohort perspective, and we are going to consider what is changing over the life cycle of individuals. And you have the population perspective. And we are going to look at what is changing when the combination of different cohorts is going to change over time. So the cohort perspective, and we already, sorry? Yes?
I was instructed.
Okay. The cohort perspective, we already talked about this quite a lot at the beginning of this session. And the question is, how do individual contribution to the economy vary according to age? If we consider the neuroscience results, then we have good reasons to be pessimistic. We have good reason to be pessimistic because they say that our cognitive performance will culminate below 30 years of age, and which is at the end of formal education, and then it will continuously decline. But if we look at the real world, the message is much more positive. Why is it so? Because, and economists say that there is an age dividend. Aging is not that bad. Aging is not that bad, and it can be for a number of reasons. One of the first reasons is that even if your cognitive capacities are eroding, experience can make up for that erosion of your cognitive capacities. And here you have this graph of age at great achievements, and you can see that even though it is not on the graph, even though the maximum of your cognitive capacities is reached before 30 years of age, great inventions yes, they happen much later in the life cycle of individuals, around 40 years of age. And the other good news is that this age has been increasing over the 20th century. So that is something which is a first reason to be optimistic, that educated workers who are the most innovative in a population have a propensity to innovate that increases with age until at least 40, 45 years of age. There is a second reason, and that second reason is also interesting. Each individual has a number of different skills, a portfolio of different skills. And at each age, that individual will tap into the skills that are the most useful at this age. So we're not going to use the same skills when we are 25, 35, 45, etc. And there is here again a good reason for being optimistic. So here, these are results borrowed to an interesting paper by Bolus, Mori, and Robinson, and they show that you have, and they make a distinction between three sorts of skills. The first one are cognitive analytical skills, which are in the lower left part of this graph. The second are what they call fine motor skills, and the third one are strength skills. And we see that the age patterns, they have something similar, of course. Each skill has a kind of reverse U-shaped age pattern. But basically, they are different in terms of level and the general shape. So what's happening is that with individual aging, workers are first using their third kind of skills, strengths. Then they move to the second one, fine motor. And at the end, they will use the cognitive analytic skills. So that is, again, a good reason for why we should be optimistic about aging and its impact on the economy. There is also something different, and we have been already mentioning this morning, which is retirement. Retirement does not happen at the same age for every individual. It happens at different ages, and differentials in age at retirement refer to different levels of education. And as we understood this morning, the better educated workers are those retiring at the later age in their life cycle. So I don't have the results for Europe. This is for the US, but it's absolutely interesting. It shows that between 1985 and 2010 in the US, the labor force participation at old ages, between 60 and 74, has increased from, I can't read here, it has increased from 34.9% to 43.6%. And half of that increase, this is what is shown here, half of that increase is traceable to increased education. So again, good news. Heterogeneity on the labor market, heterogeneity of the working age population according to education makes aging something which is, after all, good for the economy. So I'm not going to elaborate more on this, just sufficient to say that there is a huge literature on the topic. But this is only one side of the coin. There is another side of the coin. And I'm now going to move to the population perspective. And instead of concluding that aging is good for the economy, I will perhaps conclude that aging may harm the economy. So now let's look at the population perspective. Even if the same worker is better at old age than that worker was at young age, it does not mean that an aged population fares better than a young population. Why is it so? Because a population simply is not made of only one cohort. A population is made of many different cohorts, and many different cohorts that differ with regard at least to two things, that differ with regard to size and with regard to skills and education. And I will also try to introduce the idea that not only the quantity of education, but the quality of education must be taken into account. So first of all, size. low fertility for decades in Europe has been resulting in generations born that are in decreasing number over time, in decreasing size over time. So what we call the overall replacement ratio, which is a very simple thing, which is the size of the population, let's say, at 30 years of age, and here I take 25 to 35, divided by the size of the same age group in the same national population 30 years before, 30 years earlier. So that is a ratio that reflects replacement, not only reproduction through fertility and mortality, but replacement including migration. In this graph, you have the 28 member states, and you have the longest period I could take, which is from, I think, 1990 till 2015, and no, 2035, sorry, but the graph is divided into two. Until 2015, I take the observed values, and from 2015 till 2035, I take the projections of Eurostat in the no migration scenario. So this is what we observed at member state level, now what we observe at aggregate EU level. It is very simple. What we observe is that the cumulative impact of low fertility and relatively high immigration in Europe has resulted in the first part of this graph, which shows that replacement was made at the age of 30. It was made mainly due to high immigration. If migration stops now, you will have the dashed line, and replacement will no longer happen. So this is what we observe, and it is at EU level as well as at member state level. So now let us try to introduce the idea of education and skills, and to ask the question of whether below replacement demography, natural demography, has an impact on human capital in the population. I think that we can say that formal education ends at the age of 30. It will no longer continue. You can have lifelong learning, but it will not be the same story as formal education. And you can say that above the age of 30, education, your formal education will not change. If you have a high school degree, you will keep this. If you are illiterate, you will keep this, etc. So it doesn't change. But what is happening is that it increases on average from one generation to the next generation. So we have two trends here. We have a first trend, which is that young people are more educated than old people. Young generations have received more education than old generations, and that can very well offset the decline in size that have been showing in the previous graph. I think I should have something on this. No, it is something different, sorry. That could well offset it, and if you have a 1% decrease, for example, in the size of the cohorts, of the birth cohorts, which is what we have every year, it is sufficient to have a 1% increase in the average level of education to have a compensation. So this is what is actually happening. But the problem is that the quantity of education is not sufficient, I think. It is not sufficient. The quality of education matters a lot. It matters a lot, in particular, in a period of rapid technological change. And now let us look at this. It's another way to show exactly the same story. These are numbers of people at 20 to 45 years of age at member state level or EU level, the dashed line, in the 20 coming years. Everywhere it is declining. Everywhere it is declining, so you can compensate with an increased enrollment at school, a longer enrollment at school. What you will not compensate for is when your education was acquired, when your skills, if it is not formal education, were acquired. And there is many reasons, I think, to consider that what you learn at time t is not exactly what you would have learned at time t minus 30. And that is something I would recommend, Wolfgang, that in your projection you introduce also time as a proxy for the kind of education you receive, the kind of skills you acquire, the quality of education. So this is what I call the skills aging issue, which I think is not solved by the increasing level of education that you observed over time in European populations. So let me now try to conclude this on talking a little bit about replacement migration. So this aging of skills, you can have two responses. One is outside, one is not playing at all on numbers of workers, which would be lifelong learning, and it is something which is increasingly used. But do we know what is exactly the efficiency of that in terms of capacity to innovate? Because we are talking of innovation. We are not talking about only the routine activities. Do we have any data on this? I have not seen any study on the impact of lifelong learning. And the other possibility, of course, is to bring in the missing workers through immigration. So, and the good news is here on this graph, I take exactly the same way of calculating the overall replacement. No, it is not here, the overall replacement. It is numbers of population aged 20 to 45, taking a base of 100 today and looking at 2015. The decline in the EU 28 is exactly mirrored by an increase in the developing world. So we have something, I said developed region, sorry, it is developing. There is a mistake here. I did the graph yesterday a bit too, it is developing. So it is after all a good news that if we need migrants, then there are pools for migrants. I did not put in this the fact that in many parts of the developing world, education has progressed tremendously, and we can find also the skills we need in many countries. Now, another part of the good news is that migrants are young people. Here you have the age distribution at arrival in the European Union, the last data available. And interestingly, that graph would have been almost the same 100 years ago. So migration did not change in terms of age pattern. It did not change in terms of age pattern. And this is interesting in two regards. The first one is that migrants arrive before all these thresholds that I've mentioned, in particular in terms of the maximum cognitive capacities, in terms of contribution to innovation, in terms of productivity, etc., which happen at later ages. Another aspect is also, I think, interesting in terms of policy dimensions, is that while the age at migration is still 25, the age at family building in origin countries of migrants is no longer below 25 as it was, it is above 25, meaning that there is a shift in the profile of migrants that we must expect from migrants with a family left behind to migrants with no family left behind. So the issue of family reunification, which is a big issue today, may well be a much smaller issue in the coming years. Now, replacement migration, I just take here numbers. What are the numbers that would be needed to replace the missing working age population in each member state in the 20 coming years? These numbers are in red. And in blue, you have numbers of observed migrants, the last data that we have, which refer to the years 2009, 2013. So annual averages in both cases, you can see that the number replacement migration that would be needed for maintaining the size of the young working age population, which is also, I think, the size, the stock of up-to-date skills that you have in a population. That number is not much bigger than what has actually happened in European states. It is a bit bigger. I think it is 1/3 above, but it is not much bigger. So let me now just come to my very last words on this. I think that we must, when we look at the future, it is not sufficient to consider numbers of years at school, levels of education. We have to broaden the idea of human capital to include skills, and we have to introduce time when these skills were acquired, because obsolescence of skills, I think, is something that we cannot ignore. The second point I want to make is that replacement migration, if we just want to maintain the size, is not that big issue after all, because it is just a bit more than what we have in terms of observed migration in the first year of our economic crisis in Europe. So it is not very big, but I have two remarks now. The first remark is that defining skills as the quantity and quality of education and skills that you have acquired, you cannot imagine that replacement migration can be replacing by any sort of profile. It has to be selective in terms of skills, in terms of education. So that is something which is not very popular, but I think it is a necessity if we look at labor markets today and tomorrow. The second point, of course, is that we can say that in terms of numbers, replacement is good. Of course, we have to convince politicians of this. And I'm back to the issue that was raised by José Weiler this morning, that we work in a context where these ideas are no longer very popular ideas. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Philippe. I give the floor to Juan Dolado. Juan Dolado is a professor at the Economic Department of the European University Institute. He got a PhD from Oxford, and he was professor before at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. He visits something like 20 universities, something like that. He's member of a very long list of economic associations, and he's an expert not only in migration, but also labor economics, applied macroeconomics, econometric studies. And for this, his expertise, last year he received the, James First Prize, or Jaime Jaime Premiero, a prize for the highly significant work in economics from the King of Spain last year. So I give him the floor. To your presentation, let us to accept. That is, yes, to get out from this one, click exit. Again, it's coming back. Let us do slowly. Is this one. Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. I must start by confessing that I'm neither a demographer, nor a financial economist, nor a macroeconomist. I'm a labor economist. So I was asked to reflect my thoughts on the impact of aging on variables which are the drivers in financial markets, savings, investment, etc., and how these lead to changes in productivity growth. So what you will hear is a fresh view from someone who approaches these problems from a personal perspective, as I'm aging, and also from the perspective of a labor economy. So if I repeat some of the ideas already expressed this morning, or I make any mistakes, forgive me, please. So the motivation is the invasion, the age invaders. So this is a vignette from The Economist a couple of years ago, which really reflects very well the sort of threat, under inverted commas, that we are talking today about. Echoing Tim Burton's movie, Mars Attack. So the claim is that age attacks. So here you have a few statements from well-known thinkers, economists, philosophers. FSOV, a society of old people living in old houses, meeting about old ideas. Or Alan Greenspan, aging in the US makes our social security and medical programs unsustainable in the long run. So that's the threat, that's the attack. So you probably have seen this morning these sort of graphs. There is an unprecedented rise in the share of people above 60 in the world population. These are United Nations predictions, I think 2011, yeah. Sorry, 2008. So the population above 60, which was 200 million in 1950, is going to be 2 billion in 2050. And these predictions tend to be rather accurate, okay? So this is an increase by a factor of 10. The population above 80, which was 40 million, I'm talking at the world, in the world, in 1950 is going to be 400 million in 2050. So it's an increase by a factor of 30. Okay, so the invasion is there, and especially so in developed countries. So the green line is just the fraction of people about 60 in Europe, and the orange line is in Asia, but you see that all the lines, even in Africa, aging is taking place, of course, at a lower pace, okay? So this is a big problem in Europe and also in the US, but also in some of the emerging economies. So aging implications. So, of course, to think about what are the implications in economic terms of aging, one has to think about the drivers. Because the population may age because there are less young people, or because the older people live longer. So what I think the stylized facts are that there are declining fertility rates, but especially so in less developed countries. There is a big increase in life expectancy, especially in developed countries, which I'm using the acronyms LDC for less developed and DC for developed countries. And also that past changes in birth and death rates, especially the baby boom cohorts after the war, after the Second World War, which are now becoming 60s and starting to retire, affect population structure. Because the basic idea is, of course, that older people have different needs and behavior than primates and younger people. Of course, we tend to think that they work less and they save less, okay? This means that the amount of labor which is available for production and accumulation of wealth, and probably the amount of capital which is available in the production process are going to go down. Also, they require more healthcare expenditure. That's one of the things that we are going to discuss. And of course, it puts pressure on the sustainability of pay-as-you-go pension systems, okay? Because there are more people to support during retirement and probably less people providing the support in the working age up to the standard levels of 65 or so. So this is the life expectancy in the major countries. So life expectancy is, this is Japan, then comes Europe, the US, etc. So what you can see is that there is some big increase. This is life expectancy at birth. There are still differences, but there is a big upward trend everywhere, but especially so in developed countries. Well, as regards fertility rates, of course, these two lines, which are the drop is striking, are India and China, okay, especially after the control policies in both countries. And we can see, and I think this is in agreement with what Philip said before, that in Europe, which is the green line, there's been a fall from much lower levels, of course, than in the emerging economies, and now it seems to be increasing, but it's reached like a plateau. Okay, yes. These are United Nations forecasts. The big issue, which Philip has also drawn our attention to, is that the old age dependency ratio is moving fast. So this is the amount of old age dependents supported by 100 people in the working age population. So in Japan, 100 people supported like 25 older people in the 2000s, and now it has grown to almost 70. The growth is even larger in Germany, but you can see everywhere, even in China and the US to a lesser extent, the old age dependency ratios are growing very, very fast. Different views, okay? So this is the stylized facts. Let's see the interpretation. Of course, if we want to look at financial markets, we want to see behavior from consumers, from savers, from entrepreneurs, etc. The simplest framework is one where savings and investment, so demand of loanable funds and supply of loanable funds meet. So here you have a simple graph where in the vertical axis you have the interest rate, and in the horizontal axis you have the amount of loanable funds. So the upward sloping line is the savings. So the higher is the interest rate, the more incentives we have to save, okay, as consumers. Whereas the downward sloping line is the investment equation. So the higher is the interest rate, the less we can borrow from the banks, and therefore the less investment projects we can implement. Okay, so as anything in economics, there is the demand and supply, and the market clears at equilibrium interest rates, which is when supply meets demand. So you immediately see if supply is above investment, so if there is an excess of loanable funds, the supply of loanable funds, the interest rate goes down. Why? Because there are too few projects for too many savers, so the price of saving will go down. There is excess supply. The opposite will happen when you have that, like in the lower line, investment is above saving. There are too many projects, and therefore firms will bid up the price of savings, and therefore the interest rate go up. So this very, very simple way of thinking allows us to summarize two different views in the literature. One is the received wisdom, which is if the amount of older people increases, there will be lower productivity growth because skills depreciation. I think you've been talking about that this morning. But the most important thing is less savings. Okay? Why? Because when we are older, we save. Okay? Because our income goes down. So the standard life cycle hypothesis, which says the following: the almost flat line, the horizontal line, is consumption. Consumption is very flat. We like to smooth out consumption. We like to have 2 meals a day or 3 meals a day, not just to starve one day and have 6 meals the next day. So consumption is very flat, but income changes with age. Okay? We have low income when we are young, when we are getting trained, etc. We reach a peak when we are prime age, middle age, and then, of course, because of the loss of productivity growth, when we get older, we have lower income. So this means that if we define savings as income minus consumption, we save in the orange areas. So we save when we are young, and we save when we are old, and we finance this saving, this need, with the savings when we are prime age. Okay? So in terms of wealth, what happens is we accumulate wealth, say, until 55 or so, and then we start accumulating. Right? So this is what this view says is that savings are going to fall and wealth decumulation is going to occur. So if savings fall and we take that investment doesn't fall by so much or it stays constant, we know that there is an excess demand of loanable funds, and therefore real interest rates will go up. So in this view is the interest rates are going up. On the other hand, if we start selling assets as the population ages, this has an effect, of course, on prices. Asset prices will go down, which has an effect on both creditors and debtors. This is the so-called the balance sheet recession. So if I use my assets as a collateral when I ask for a loan at the bank, if my assets suffer a price drop, the bank also has to increase reserves against the risk of the big fall, the big fall in prices, and therefore they will be able to lend less loans than before. Okay, so the fall in the price of assets is not just detrimental for the holders of assets, for the creditors, but also for the debtors. So as a result, this is the type of recession that we have seen recently, because the banking sector has specific characteristics in our modern economies. There are bailouts and therefore growing debt to GDP ratios. Then there is the revisionist view. The revisionist view is basically the following. Again, we envisage a shrinking working population. This means that there will be less people in the labor force. So there are less incentives for companies to invest. So a smaller workforce leads to less investment. So now, even if savings have fallen, investment would have fallen by more. So we are in the opposite situation. It could also be the case that savings even increase. Why? Because of capital outflows from emerging markets. So what has been called the savings glut. In China, of course, the economy was growing a lot, but financial institutions were not still reliable. Financial regulation doesn't advance at the same pace as the real economy. So there were all these savings which had to move abroad, which basically went to buy T-bills in the US, okay? So this meant that real interest rates, as opposed to the previous view, goes down, okay? So now we have that supply increases, it's above investment. The saving glut, which is the movement from Chinese savings to the developed countries, especially the US, we have a skill-biased technological progress. So high-tech, what I mean is that the capitalization need by a startup in the manufacturing sector, say in the second industrial revolution, etc., was much larger than what a high-tech startup needs. Now, just to start operating, firms need much less investment than they needed before, for obvious reasons. Okay? It's not heavy capital, it's not fixed capital, it's just more of human capital, which is embedded in the new investment. So this leads to a so-called deflationary trap, which in the literature has been known as secular stagnation. And this is an old view from the American Keynes, whose name was Alvin Hansen, a very well-known economist in the 30s, which has been recently resurrected by two American economists. One is Robert Gordon, and another one is Larry Summers, who was the president of Harvard for some years. So they are known as the new Dr. Dooms, okay? And the key diagnosis can be just summarized. The record of industrial countries is profoundly discouraging towards the prospect of maintaining substantial growth with financial stability. So there is an incompatibility between growth and financial stability. So the key question is, will the EU or the US become Japan? Okay, so let's summarize the way of thinking. So lower working population, smaller working populations, and aging reduces the sustainability of the pay-as-you-go pension system. Okay, because again, the old age dependency ratio increases a lot. Less employees contributing to Social Security and more people claiming their pension. This implies, and this has been advocated by many governments, that there should be a move from savings placed at pay-as-you-go systems to fully funded systems, capitalization systems, okay? But we are in a world of very low interest rates for the reasons that we said before. So you have all these mutual pension funds competing for the savings of people who are getting older. And how do they compete? They compete in price. They try to offer them higher interest rate. But we are in a world that, due to the invasion of Chinese savings in developed countries and the fact that the savings excess investment, interest rates are very low. So how do they compete? Well, here comes in the financial engineering. They try to design financial products which apparently have high return, and therefore mutual funds can attract customers, and low risk. But of course, high return is usually associated with high risk. And at the end of the day, we discovered that these supposedly high return assets tend to be very risky assets as well, as we know. So this is absolutely killer for financial stability. So that's the main reason. And I just point out that these narratives may sound very familiar as a description of the Great Recession. So who was what I call the Great Recession quarter? So there were Deng Xiaoping, Elizabeth Blackburn, Steve Jobs, and George W. Bush. Why? Deng Xiaoping is obviously the one responsible for the changes that took place in China. Okay, the introduction of market forces in a centrally planned economy. Elizabeth Blackburn was the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2009, who discovered telomerase, which is one of the enzymes which is most promising to cure cancer. So she's a bit responsible for life expectancy, okay, for all these people caring about where to place their savings. Steve Jobs, of course we know Steve Jobs, is basically the new technology. So the new technology is risky, but it's high return. So the central banks were afraid of raising interest rates to kill the bubble, because they knew that inside the bubble there are always some good things, some fundamentals which are right. So by raising the interest rate and killing all these startup firms, they may kill the good ones as well. So this reinforced low interest rates all over the world. And finally, George W. Bush is the compassionate Republican, so he used many financial products, but especially subprimes, to redistribute. Everybody was allowed to ask for a loan, and become a house owner. Okay, so the combination of these three forces, low interest rate, increasing demand for pension, for return on pension savings, etc., was behind the bomb. Okay. So here you have a few figures just to illustrate these facts. This is the Eurozone interest rate, and this is the US real interest rate. So what you see is that as predicted by the gloomy vision of what's going on, the real interest rate have gone down. This is the relative price of investment. So the price of investment relative to the price of output, okay? So which contains, of course, the price of materials, the price of price of labor, etc., etc. So it's a relative price. You can see that it's going down, which is a signal that the demand for investment is going down. So basically, the secular stagnation hypothesis is this line. Is the potential output. This is for the US, but the same could have been done for the UK. For the EU. And what we see is that potential output is going down. So potential output, which is to which observed output growth should converge, this is the dashed line, is not going to converge to the upper line, it's going to converge to the lower line. So this is what people have labeled the secular stagnation. It's a trend, it's not just a business cycle phenomenon. So the counter-arguments are, of course, that many of these gloomy predictions are based on simulation exercises, which I call accounting effects, which disregard behavioral effects. So what do I mean? I mean that changes in aggregate outcomes, say consumption, output, savings, whatever, are assessed assuming fairly constant age-specific behavior. So let me call this is the outcome for a specific age group, A, okay? And therefore, they only consider changes in the weights assigned to the different people, but not changes in the behavior of people at different ages. So suppose the change in consumption is the change of the weight of each of the age groups times consumption of each of the age group. So we can decompose that in changes in the weights for given consumption plus changes in consumption for given weights, savings or whatever. So the usual assumption in all these predictions is that this second term is zero. People don't change their behavior. And as Philip was also pointing out, this may be quite a serious mistake because it's likely that we adapt our behavior to our new needs. So who is right? Well, the answer will depend basically on examining the three channels through which aging influence the economy. So we have the changes in the size of the workforce, the changes in the rate of productivity growth, and the changes in the pattern of savings. So what about the workforce? Well, there has been a huge increase. Here I am repeating some of the thoughts exposed by reflections posed by Philip. There's a rapid increase in education during the 20th century. So people who are retiring nowadays are much more educated than people who were retiring 30 or 40 years ago. So it's in their interest to postpone retirement to get further returns. Why? Because they will get higher wages over a longer period. Okay? Of course, the opposite, with skill-biased technological progress, the human capital investment is only highly rewarded if it is sufficiently high. But for less skilled workers, we'll have the opposite, okay? So this is the so-called cognitive affluence over time, and here you can see that this is the more recent educational attainment for several groups, and we can see that it is moving very, very fast. This is for the new generation of retirees. The education levels are much higher than they were before. Another thing is the composition. Okay? Second, of course, there are groups which may offset the decline in the share of working people in working age, which is an increase in female labor force participation, especially in countries like Italy or the south of Europe. Labor force participation is still very low, so it's very likely that women will increase entering the labor market. Of course, in other countries which already have high labor force participation rates, this may be much milder because it has already tapered off. Then, of course, there are the migration flows, where I won't say much, but of course, there will be, necessarily we'll see huge migration flows from younger, less developed countries to older developed countries. This is the natural shift. This is the natural adjustment in these markets in exchange for foreign direct investment. But what we are seeing nowadays is, of course, the opposite view, the anti-migration views due to the short-term disruptive effects which ignore the long-term benefits of this migration. Second, there is what's being called the compression of morbidity. So basically, we live longer, but the probability of getting diseases has changed as well. So before we live until 70, there was a probability that we'll get some serious disease between 65 and 70. Now we live until 80 or 85. It seems that this probability has shifted towards the end of our lives. So in other words, we are healthier. Not only we are older, but we are also healthier. So here you have the distribution of the frequencies of death at different ages. One is in 1990 and the other one is in 2005. And you can see how in 15 years the frequency of death is shifting to the right. We are passing away older, okay? So that's the idea. So in other words, we can work longer. What about productivity growth? Well, the available evidence so far, using the assumptions on accounting effects and not so much on behavioral effects, is that the shrinking working age population has dragged down GDP growth. So for instance, in Japan, during this century, we have a decline of about 0.6 percentage point, in Germany 0.5, US, etc. So the key challenge is the lack of labor mobility. You know, we are in a highly volatile world. We need to relocate workers from dying sectors to booming sectors. Because if people are older, the probability of reallocating, the possibility of reallocating them becomes smaller. So there are big welfare losses from the lack of relocation. But of course, the opposite view is that a dearth of workers will lead to new inventions to cope with aging. So we are seeing robotics, we are seeing pharmaceuticals, and especially connectivity. This is a world where the biggest asset that we are is that we are all connected. It's one world, okay? Also, and I won't spend anything on that, the attributes that enhance productivity are changing. So it's not so much pure cognitive speed, but more accumulated experience in these connected groups. So, and also it's clear that higher education, better education leads to high productivity at all ages. There may be some obsolescence, but the levels shift for all ages. So what about the glooming view? Well, the glooming view here you have, this is productivity growth in the US over the second industrial revolution, so steam, cotton, etc. This is the productivity slowdown due to the oil price crisis. This is, again, the IT revolution. Here is where we are today. Okay, so there is this view, again, of secular stagnation, which says the new industrial revolution, the IT revolution, is not in the same league as the second revolution. The second industrial revolution was electricity, and water and railways, that in the first industrial revolution, cotton and steam. Where are we staying now? There are many people who believe that this is going to stay low forever, okay? Because at the end of the day, the biggest revolution these days is smartphones, and smartphones don't make us more productive, okay? We improves our quality of life through connectedness with our relatives, friends, etc. But on its own, it doesn't increase our productivity. What about pension? Well, here it's very simple. The pension bill over GDP can only be reduced, because it's growing fast in many countries, through reducing the dependency ratio, through increasing employment rate, or reducing the generosity. There is no way. You may choose a combination of these three forces, but that's the only way to stop the rapid increase in the pension bill. What is happening? Well, what is happening is that for instance, male life expectancy has increased in the last 40 years, from 65 to 2005, by almost 9 years. By how much has average retirement age has increased? By 0.4 years. This is an average of developed countries, okay? So it's lagging behind. It's not coping with the thoughts about compression of morbidity, etc. So yet this seems to be changing. For instance, as Philip showed before, the percentage of male earnings going to the 67 cohort has increased a lot. Labor force participation at older ages is also increasing. Two warnings. There are all these calls, to reduce pay-as-you-go system with pension capitalization funds. This may be dangerous under secular stagnation. Why? Because one has to think of a pay-as-you-go system as the counterpart of the financing of public education. I work today with my Social Security contributions. I finance my father's or my mother's pension in exchange for what they spent on me through taxes at the age I was getting educated, when I was in school. So I'm just returning. This is an intergenerational pact. That's why the systems are sustainable, right? So if you break one part of the link, public education may suffer a lot, okay? So my advice is a two-arm approach. We have, it seems, lower savings, because China is aging as well, so these outflows of funds are losing strength, and we have very low investment. So the simplest way to address this problem is through a two-arm approach. First, we need to dismantle, I know this is easy to say, but difficult to implement, we have plenty of dysfunctional regulations in product and labor markets. Even in Europe, in the single market, it's very difficult to move from one country to another, as we are saying, and starting up a firm, it could be an ordeal. In countries like Italy, for instance. And we need to invest. We need to invest in infrastructures. This is the big issue. I mean, we need to invest, we need to use the surplus of many countries to finance the deficit of other countries. Of course, infrastructure is a magic word. It may be a waste of time. Remember, Keynes was advocating that unemployed people would dig holes in the floor and hide bottles there and then recover them. Of course, that's not what we really need, but some of our countries are in bad need of renovating infrastructure, especially education, training. So this is the only way where employment and productivity growth will pick up again. There are two challenges, however. One is what is called job polarization. So this is just changes in jobs, in the job creation by skills. So here you have the low skills, here you have the middle skilled people, and here you have the high skilled people. So what we are seeing both in Europe and in the US is an increasing U-shape, an increasingly why? Because the skill bias technological progress implies that these people are benefiting from that. The middle skilled people are being replaced by robots. There is this saying that anything you do twice can be replicated by a computer. Okay, so you just need to do it twice to get it reproduced by a computer. But of course, if the gains from higher education are high, we need to devote more time to work and less time for other issues. So we are going to outsource, say, babysitters, gardeners, whatever, to look after our families. So that increases a lot the jobs in the hands of low skilled people. For instance, this has a strong implication for educational systems. This means that educational systems have to be focused on elite institutions and sort of a lot of vocational training institutions, whereas mediocre, sort of middle-of-the-road institutions are sentenced to death. Okay? The other big problem is, of course, the older median vote resistance. As the population age shifts, the identity of the median voter is going to be an older people who are going to resist to some of the changes, like, for instance, the pension reforms, and this seems to be occurring. So my view is that at the end of the day, the age attack views is not irremediable. It can be solved, and we can see that the invaders do well. Okay, thanks. I'll stop here.
As I told you before, the first section was more optimistic. The second section is much less optimistic. I would just make, sorry? Yes, but there is also another distinction. In the second section, the span length that both speakers were approaching is just 20 years, so they're much closer. No, they're not in 100 years, something like that. And so, Juan Dolado as well was thinking in the short run. And so this is also make things more complex. I have just two short comments before opening the floor for discussion, is that should we maintain the same size of the population? Because when you speak about replacement rate, there is in the backward, the idea is that the population should remain on the same size. And one of the solutions that is always thought, given the importance of innovation, the importance of having young people and so on, is to have migrant highly skilled. And the European Commission has invested a lot in the blue card, but all the countries, they try to attract labor migrant highly skilled. However, labor migrants are only 30% of the inflow in the country, while in general 50% is made by family unified members. And so we try to solve the problem of the structure of the population, the future investment by a minority of the people that enter the country. And so it's a very difficult challenge. We have to remember that family unification is a right which is above all the other rights. So, and they are the majority. The other point that I wanted to stress is that with Juan Dolado, which is giving a very, I would say, concrete but less optimistic scenario, is that the dis-saving at old age. This is for sure, if you look at the individual and his decision through life, for sure they save more in the beginning. But when you speak about this intergenerational relationship that there is between parents and children, you should also consider that if people has children, they will not save. They think to buy house. Is this saving is buying the house for the children, start a business. So finance. So I would say that in many family, in many society, the internal saving inside the family. So the family is like a bank. You borrow from other generation, and this is something that. Given that Europe is aging, this is something that probably is not studied enough, that give less importance to the interest rate, to the bank interest rate and so on. And also we were discussing about relocation that is important for efficiency. For sure in the United States, the relocation is much easier because they speak the same language. In Europe, the relocation for old age people is much more difficult because the language creates a barrier, not only a resistance to move. We have a lot of people that move when they retire. They go from north to the south because they have better conditions, but for working, their productivity will be reduced by the knowledge of the language. So I think we should think at relocation, mobility, efficiency probably through other channels than only relocating senior worker. And I open the floor to the, please. Could you introduce yourself? That I forgot to ask.
Maybe you can make some questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Emmanuel Comte, Max Weber Fellow here. I have a comment on Philip Fark's presentation. So I agree with you that decreasing cohorts will make it not only easier but also more necessary to absorb immigration from young people. However, I think that what is missing in your reflection are the mechanisms on the labor market. It is to say, we already in Europe we have unemployment rates that reflect maybe less the evolution of growth than the exclusionary nature of labor market institutions. So certainly, if labor supply decreases, then we might expect that labor markets will be more inclusive for those who stay. However, most of those migrants who arrive are unskilled for various reasons. For the type of skills they receive in the origin country, because of the very fact of migrating is a negative shock on skills. And as far as the unskilled labor market is concerned, then the exclusionary nature of labor market institutions is much higher. So I think that the reflection just matching the number, the decreasing demographic trend with a potential increasing immigration has to be completed with a reflection of the institutions of the labor market.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If you allow me just a few observations on and reactions on both of the speakers. I mean, the key question for Philippe really is it why, and you also asked this question, why should it be desirable to maintain a certain size of the population or even size of specific age groups? What is the rationale behind this? Actually, I've recently done a paper where I asked from the fertility side, like, what is the optimal fertility rate for Europe? Because somehow most people assume it's replacement level fertility, which turned out, no, I mean, replacement level fertility really is just an artifact. I sometimes even call it a virus that escaped from the lab of technical demographers. It's only under the conditions of stationary population where you don't have changing mortality rates, you don't have any migration, and so and a constant age distribution. So it doesn't make sense, but everybody uses this. So what makes sense? Well, we factored in education and the age structure, and in our simulation exercise, it was about between 1.6 and 1.7 TFR, that for a European country still close to migration is best, because it sort of intuitively tells you that if you have fewer children, you can invest more in the education, including the quality of the education of every child, and that more than compensates later in terms of higher productivity for the smaller number. Now we then, in the next step, opened it up. First, of course, if you factor in immigration, and in particular more highly skilled immigration, and there's a question what scenarios you do, then the fertility that optimal still goes down. And then when you factor in climate change, which really is this very hot international issue where that we really have to take the global picture into account, and that brings the optimum still further down. So with this, I don't think there's reason to assume that fertility in Europe is too low at the moment, particularly if we also consider the measurement issue that many of the total fertility rate data are distorted to what we call the tempo effect. It's when women postpone, the number that shows up is significantly below by 0.2 or 0.3 than the cohort fertility. So in that respect, we may be quite okay with respect to fertility levels in Europe. Now, there are three short points to Juan. The one, you made this point pointing at the UN high and low variant approach, showing that the uncertainty about future aging is not that great, that's pretty sure. Well, the problem is the UN high and low variants differ only by fertility assumptions, and they have identical mortality assumptions. So if you factor in the uncertainty that we just discussed, whether life expectancy continues to increase rapidly or stagnates, you get a much wider range of uncertainty. So there could be a sort of a false certainty feeling. The second more specific point is you made in this discussion of the secular stagnation, you distinguish between compositional changes and behavioral changes. Well, what I was trying to show in my presentation and in other writings even more is that if you take compositional change not only with respect to age but also education categories, then the compositional change that also where you sort of factor in, let's say with respect to the disability in age, you show of course older people have higher disability rates everywhere, and we expect massive population aging, so everybody expects a massive increase in disability. Yeah. But if you factor in that more educated people, women, for instance, at the age of 70, have less than half the disability rate of less educated women. And we know for sure that the future elderly are going to be much better educated than today's elderly. This massive increase disappears, and in some countries it's almost flat. Yeah. So this is a compositional change, which is not yet a behavioral change, and I think you can do better on that as well. And the last point is also, you emphasized very highly the need for more mobility in the labor market and the need for relocation. Well, that's a killer for family life. If both have professional careers and they can't live together and have to constantly move around Europe, they won't have many children. So there's a feedback on fertility. Maybe you want to comment on that as well.
Thank you so much. There was a hand over there. You can introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, I'm Giuliana Urso from the Joint Research Center. Thanks for your presentation. I would like to take the opportunity to follow your suggestions to try to frame more these results into the policy context and current situation. So, for example, in terms of the replacement studies, there is a sort of maybe challenge to cover and bridge the short and term perspective, because we have seen that the latest data are from 2013. So is this still the situation up to now? What we can say about this? And still on this subject, how do we bridge the result in terms of needs of the labor market to the policy and after to the labor market again? Is there any gap in terms of time? And on the second issue, if I can raise it, it's about the current influx. What do we know about these people coming? Still from the input from Professor Fark, we know that, I mean, I could count something like 700 people needed in terms of skills. You can maybe tell a bit more, but currently last year only we had around 1 million people coming. So what do we know about this person? And can we take advantage in a certain way or use at best their skill, how we can do it?
Thank you very much. Can I give there are other questions, otherwise? Oh yes, two. Fabrizio Bernardi, professor of sociology at the Sociological Department at EUI.
Thank you for the introduction. So I've got a question for Juan. As a labor economist, I want to make a question to the labor economist, and also from a South European perspective with very high level of youth unemployment and relatively low level of female participation in the labor market. So the issues of unemployment was already raised by a previous question. As an issue when we think about solution to respond to the reduction in the working age population. So in countries with 20% of youth unemployment, is clear that giving these young people an opportunity to work might also counterbalance the fact that there will be fewer of them. But my question, or I'd like to know your opinion on something that you mentioned at the end, on female participations. So we know that that is also another way that we might have to increase the number of people actually working, specifically in countries like Spain and Italy, where the level is still low. And also, there is this old hypothesis in labor economics, and here is the question, on the fact that female jobs creates jobs in general. And so this would be through outsourcing of otherwise self-service activity. So I wonder whether, paradoxically, not so paradoxically, but politics for gender equality in order to favor the positions of females in the labor market might have also a positive effect to counteract the aging attack.
Thank you very much. Matthias Liebig from the OECD. Behind you, Fabrizio.
Thanks. Thomas Liebig from the OECD. I have it's more of a comment, but I would like to have your reaction, Philipp Fark, since you mentioned this issue of qualifications and skills and migration and how it's linked with demography. Clearly, a lot of the issues that we have been discussing so far about the contribution of migration, it's linked with labor market integration aspects, right? And in the modelings that we saw this morning, there's now this distinction being made by Wolfgang Lutz between high and low educated. It's probably the best that you can do given the data. but we should not forget that obviously the challenge goes well beyond the education level. I mean, like, if we look, we have data from Sweden where we looked at skills using PIAC data. We actually saw when you look at actually transferable skills in terms of expressed language, then on average the high educated immigrants in Sweden have lower skills levels than the low educated Swedes. So that's obviously something that's very challenging too, and maybe have to be factored a little bit into the assumptions perhaps as well.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? I can give the floor to the speaker for a response. Okay.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the question. So I think I have a number of questions, but three main topics. The first topic is the issue of size that was mentioned by several people. So why should we try to maintain size? Well, that was just an example. I don't tell you that the goal is maintaining size. And I don't tell you at all, and by very far, that one of the solutions would be increasing fertility in Europe. That is very far from what I'm thinking. And I was also, you mentioned something which I think is an argument in terms, you mentioned climate change, probably implicitly mentioning future migration that will be linked with the impact of climate change. And I would say this is an additional reason for migration into our societies and not for fertility. But now size. Europe is not operating alone. It is operating in the world. Do we want Europe, the EU 28, to become the Switzerland of the world? No, I don't think so. So we have also to have in mind what is our size compared with the rest of the world. But certainly, replacement can address at the same time push and pull factors, can address at the same time our need for replacement migration and the need of people pushed on the move by climate change or other factors. So I think I do not disagree at all with you on this, and certainly not advocating for pro-birth rate policies in the current context, which is not at all my idea. The second point is, I will take the second point as the third one. The second point is on labor market. Inclusion of the migrant is also, and I will link this with your example on Sweden, that education is not sufficient to guarantee integration on the labor market, that there is selectivity on labor market, etc. Of course, these are important issues, and I think I mentioned this in my conclusion, that if we have policies of migration, we must include an idea of selection of the people according to the needs. I'm not saying according to the level of education, because that is certainly not sufficient. We all know that there are a number of occupations where we need migrants, but where we do not need the very high education. So in a number of sectors, from for example, the domestic workers, which is the sector now that is really a global supply of domestic workers from certain countries, to caregivers, etc. I'm not saying at all that we need only the highly skilled, but certainly we need to accept those who are susceptible to find employment on the labor market. And here comes the second point of Alessandra, which I think is the trickiest issue, which is why people come to Europe and why they move. And if we look at the reasons why people come to Europe now, we will see that the first one is family reunion. It is no longer labor migration. It is not yet student migration, and it is not refugee and seeking protection. It is reuniting with other members of your family. So, of course, these people are not selected for their skills or education. They are selected because they have a relationship, a family relationship to the person already in Europe. I'm not saying that family reunion will fill all the gaps on the labor markets, but it can contribute. Yes, it can, of course. It can, in addition, if we consider, but that is more, we don't have all the data on this, but if we consider that in a family, most of those who are going to be reunited are either spouses or children. And in terms of spouses, we may assume that the level of education might be quite similar to the one of the migrant worker. In terms of children, that it will be higher. So it is an issue, but family reunion today does not at all resemble family reunion 2 or 3 decades ago. I think it is different. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot for the comments. I will discuss less the projection issues. Of course, what I don't know. I wanted to ask Wolfgang whether the comment he said about a less pessimistic view takes into consideration the slow pace of retirement age increases, which we've seen in the data. Okay, so conditional on that, things may, if you condition on that, that may change your view. Second, fertility is clearly, at least this is the evidence I know, is clearly cyclical. Okay, so of course, when you are unemployed, you have more time to devote to your kids, but less means. Okay, so there is what the economists call a substitution and an income effect. And it seems that the substitution is the opportunity cost of staying at home and looking after your kids, which is, of course, the wage. So, of course, in an expansion, wages are high, so the opportunity cost is higher, and you have more income, and therefore you may wish to increase your leisure with educating your kids, etc., etc. So the two forces are in contradiction, and what we find is in the data for many, many countries is that fertility, as we are seeing nowadays, is clearly cyclical. So low in recessions, high in expansions. Then there is the issue, of course, of that has been also mentioned, of whether the welfare of parents increases by keeping the nest full of births, of kids. Of course, this is the case, but this has created a design of labor market regulation, also product market regulations, which imply an intergenerational conflict. So we think of, for instance, southern countries, what we have is that parents have highly protected jobs and kids have very precarious jobs. Why is it so? Well, maybe the regulations are such that favor that effect. Well, parents benefit from having the kids around, and therefore they design this type of rules, employment protection, etc., just to obtain that outcome. Of course, it's not the same having your kids around totally frustrated because they cannot be upgraded to a better job, than having them with full job opportunities. And I think this trade-off has to be taken into account. I mean, of course, we know, for instance, there is evidence that in countries that where there is a lot of labor mobility, like in the US, conditional on that, parents live shorter than in other countries where labor mobility is smaller and therefore kids stay at home. Yes, but it's not just conditioning on kids being at home or being away, it's on whether these kids have jobs or no jobs, whether they have opportunities in life or not. And I think in this respect, we have to interpret the deregulation in the labor market as a way of reestablishing an intergenerational pact, like with pensions and public education. We need and this is difficult because, of course, the median voter is becoming older and older, okay? So they will try to reinforce the current forces. So I think when thinking broadly about the changes that are needed, not only in Southern Europe, but also in other countries, we have to take this intergenerational perspective into account. Regarding Fabrizio's point, well, we know why labor force participation is low in the southern countries. It has to do with religion. Okay, according to the Catholicism, you go to heaven if you pray.
No, services, social services. Well, no. This is also no.
You have to go a bit backwards. It's basically belief shape on religious customs. So let me repeat. In Catholicism, you go to heaven if you pray. In Protestantism, Martin Luther or Weber, you go to heaven if you work. And that shapes behavior in a very, very clear way. And of course, in these countries, I totally agree with Fabrizio that the policies which encourage gender equality in an efficient way is a win-win situation. It's not that women deserve to have the same opportunities. It's that society improves welfare from letting them have the same opportunities. So that's clearly the case. About youth unemployment, I just want to comment on something which is typically posed in the media, etc., which is the sort of, they call a lump of labor. So the idea that if we early retire all the people, then there will be more jobs for youth. Unfortunately, the evidence doesn't say so, okay? Because in part, having all the people contributing their experience to these things with younger people makes younger people much more productive. That's the idea behind it. So this is the so-called lump of labor fallacy, because evidence, nobody has found evidence that substituting old by young people works. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. I think now we have the lunch. We have a long morning, so let us be ready for a long afternoon. Thank you so much.
Do you know where the lunch is? Oh, but we have...
Yes. It's an informal sandwich lunch for everybody, which is served just through here. So if you help yourself and find somewhere comfortable, perhaps take advantage of the sun outside. And we resume here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you for being here for this second session devoted to migration and demographic reproduction. I am Emmanuel Comte, Max Weber Fellow here. We are very happy to host here Mr. Pablo Lattes, who has been working for the United Nations since 2003. He currently works in the migration section of the population division of the UN, and his work includes migration data analysis, estimates, and projections. His presentation today is entitled Replacement Migration, Revisiting a Debated Concept 15 Years Later. So, please.
This presentation will, let me just get going. Okay, give an overview of the effects of migration on the total population, also on the age distribution of the population, and in order to compare it to other places, although it will focus on EU 28, it will also present some data from North America, Australia, and New Zealand. A little bit of background information as far as the population division's estimates and projections. As it's been mentioned earlier today, every other year the division generates a new set of estimates and projections. There are a few variables on fertility levels and 2 on migration, a medium variant and a net zero migration. All my comparisons will be against the net zero migration projection. I will also talk quite a bit about stocks because flows tend to hide much of what's happening and much of the behavior of migrants. The stocks also give us not only a precise indication of the age distribution of the migrants, but of their origin as well. If we're thinking about aging or the size of population decreasing, the origin of migrants becomes very relevant. As you see in this graph, over half of the foreign-born in Europe are from within other countries of the EU. This is Europe as a whole, not just the EU region. But this 52% does not increase the total population of Europe because it's intra-European migration. So if in total numbers there are close to 80 million foreign-born in Europe and 52% are from within, then it's a significant issue. This slide presents the age distribution of the migrant stock, both in 1990 and 2015. We all have in our minds the pyramids for the total populations, basically a long column. We see that the migrant distribution is very different. We see that there's no growth, no change in size at the very bottom age groups, the 0 to 4, 0 to 10, and that most of the migrants are concentrated in the working age population. And the 2 years show that although the size overall is significantly larger, the concentration remains at the working age group. This other graph presents the percentage of migrants over the total population by age group in Europe, and the different lines are different points in time. So as the lines go up, it's more recent, there's a higher number of migrants, but what's very significant here is that they're always concentrated at the working age group. The highest percentage of migrants over the total population, it's from age 30 to 40. And the peaks that you see on the higher ages are reflections of larger inflows and outflows in the past, but the point is migrants age more slowly than the total population, and they always remain highly concentrated in the working age groups. I will now present a series, still with the current situation of Europe, for comparison. I will bring in the North American, Australia, and New Zealand as examples of other developed, highly developed regions to compare it. So for the year 2015, there's around 505 million total population in EU 28. 54 million of them are foreign-born, so about close to 11%, but 20 of these are from within the EU. So the total number of foreign-born from outside Europe is 34 million, which represents close to 7% of the population. From the point of view of the population division and the estimates and projection, the medium variant estimates around 3.5 million new migrants, net migration, to Europe every 5 years. And to this region, it's also held pretty constant. So the horizon time that I'll be talking is to the year 2050 at a continuous rate of 3.5 million new net migrants every 5 years. In contrast, if we look at the North America, US, and Canada, the total population is around 357 million, again with 54 million foreign-born, but in this case, over 90% from either one of these countries, so it's 15%, a much higher percentage of foreign-born to total. And the estimation from the population division, it's that 6 million net migration will come in every 5 years. This is really controlled by policy. It's 5 million to the US and 1 million to Canada. This has been at the same level for about 2 decades now, and there's all indication that it will continue. If we look at the 6 million over the total, that it's 1.7%, which is 2.5 times the rate of EU 28. If we look at Oceania or Australia and New Zealand, it's even more extreme. It's a much smaller size. It's only 28.5 million for the total population, but almost 8 million of these are foreign-born, so over 0.25% of the population is foreign-born, and it's 2.8% is the estimated or the projected net migration. This is 4 times the immigration of Europe. So when I was asked to present replacement migration, and rather than coming up with numbers, how many millions do you need to replace, and to replace what, total population, working age groups, or a ratio, I decided that it would be a good idea to use as scenarios other regions. So I will be looking at how this increases in migration would reflect on the population of Europe. But before I show the results, also within the EU 28, there are very significant differences. The largest 5 countries host most of the total population, most of the total foreign-born, and double the rate of net migration. So this is just what I've been saying. It's a summary of all the numbers I just showed, the total population, the foreign-born, and the net migration for every 5-year period from 2015 to 2050. If one of the issues that we're concerned with is the size of total population, then we also should look at fertility and how does an increase in fertility compare to an increase in net migration, or how does it affect population as a whole. So this table is a quick overview of results. The first column is today's data, the estimated population at 2015. I'm also showing a few countries both from the EU and from the regions I've selected to show differences within Europe. The second column is the zero migration, so what the population will be like in 2050 if there's no any more migration from now on. The third column is the median variance, which expects the numbers I've shown, and the last column is the difference. So while for EU as a whole, it's 7.3%, and within Europe, it goes from 6 to 12, depending on different countries. We see that Australia, Canada, and USA have much, the effects of migration on the total population is much, much more significant, especially Australia and Canada, over 0.25%. If we look at birth and migrants combined. So net migration not only brings new people as migrants, but the new migrants also have additional births. So if you combine the two together, it's in the case, again, comparing European countries to the other countries, it's quite stark and significant, the difference of that the country receives through the combination of net migration and additional births. Finally, just births alone. We see that in France, only an additional 4.5% of birth would be brought about from migration, while Australia has close to 1/4 additional births. So a few of these scenarios. I will talk, as I said before, the base population, it's the WPP zero net migration. And I will present 3 scenarios of migration. The median variant, which is the 3.5 million per every 5 years. A North American rate, which to the size of adapted to the size of Europe, which mean 8.5 million net migrants per 5 years. And what would happen if if EU accepts at the rate of the Australian and New Zealand, an additional 14 million every 5 years. To compare the results, I also do the median variant of fertility plus 1/4 of a child and half a child. For those of you interested, those are the TFR rates. It's maybe too much detail, but it's expected to go up, not to replacement level, but a little bit increase from today's rate for EU 28. Measuring the total population according to these scenarios, the yellow line on the left is today's population, the estimated 505 million. The next one, the zero net migrant. So your EU 28 would be 30 million smaller in 2050 if it weren't for migration. Increasing fertility rates by 1/4 would significantly increase it to 490, but still smaller than today's population. Half a child would bring it just over today's population. On the other hand, the next 3 are this total size of EU 28 according to those increases in net migration. Perhaps more important than just the total is the age distribution of these. So this here, the black line, it's today's age distribution of the total EU, the 505 million. That's what it would look like with zero net migration. Much more older, a significantly reduced working force, and fewer children as reflect due to the low fertility rate. Increasing fertility just for the next 35 years only adds to the lower ages, which is something obvious, but if we're talking about dependency rates or support ratios, fertility makes it actually decreases, it makes it worse because it increases the number of dependents or of young people that are in school and not really in the workforce. Half a child increases again, just the number of children. So for the medium term, for the next 35 years, increases in fertility rate would do very little to the dependency ratio or support ratio. This is the medium variant of the population division, the 3.5. It distributes the age much better. We see a less significant increase of children, but more in the working age group. If it instead, it allows for 8.5 million every 5 years, similar to North America. And here's a more extreme example. This would be Australia and New Zealand rates of net migration. So the point is, again, in relation to replacement, what are we trying to replace? Is it total, a ratio, or what? I would agree with some of the comments by today's presentation that the age should be a moving target, not fixed, not 20/60 or things, because people are aging differently. Education, there's a lot of things to take into consideration, but this is a good overview of the effects that net migration would have on the total population and the distribution. This graph is similar to the one I presented, but this is on support ratio or dependency ratio, whichever way you read it. And it's doing the 2069 over the rest of the population. So taking into consideration not only the elderly, but also the children, because they are also dependents from the point of view of support. And today's ratio will never be reached again, no matter what we do in the next 35, 40, 50 years. They are coming down significantly. But both the quarter child and the half child increase to TFR make this ratio even lower still, while migration, an increase in migration start to affect it positively in increasing the ratio of working to dependence. This here is just a summary of what I've been saying. So it's the first row, the total population on the different scenarios, the ratio that I just showed, 20/68 group over the rest, the number of births is in 1,000 with or without migration, with and without increases in fertility, and the last column, additional birth due to migration. Many of the points that were raised during this morning presentation are mentioned here. It's what are we talking about when we talk about dependency, aging, support ratios? Is it only the working to older? Do we fix the age groups in time? I think it's, and in relation to the title of a presentation coming later, I think it would be very good to keep the foreign migration from the total, to do analysis, because it's easier to study their age distribution, etc. Do migrants have the similar fertility rates as locals? We don't think so, but the software didn't allow for making differences. And so, as some concluding remarks, migration can play a major role in the size and age distribution of the future population, especially here in EU 28. But it's also important to recognize that Europe is experiencing much lower levels of external, in parentheses, people from outside of Europe migration compared to other countries or regions. Increases in TFR may take many years to have an effect on the workforce. And also, the term net migration, it's hiding too many factors. You don't know the nationality of the migrants, you don't know the age, how the age groups that are leaving as opposed to the age groups that are coming in and things like that. And finally, we're beginning to see more and more migration, short-term migration, and this has a significant effect also on the aging of the migrants. As the more replacement takes place, the less the migrant population ages. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I will now pass the floor to Professor Livi Bacci, who is Professor of Demography at the University of Florence. For 20 years, Professor Livi Bacci has been at the head of the International Union for the Scientific Study of Population from 1973 to 1993. And his presentation today is titled, Will the Current Refugee Crisis Impact Europe's Demography?
I can't see. Sorry. There must be some now. Well, in the meantime, thank you very much for the presentation and for the invitation. While we wait for... Now, this is the competition. No, sorry. Well, I have a pen drive.
No, I opened those twice. I think it's not here.
I have a pen drive. I sent it 4 days ago. The problem would be to find in the meantime, a quick answer to the question. That's the first step. Now let's see if now the answer, there is no answer for the question that has been put to me on the impact of the refugee crisis. There is no answer. No, the demographers are helpless. Okay? So don't here.
Yes.
Very stressful, indeed. Well, I was saying before that there is no answer to the question because there are too many unknown variables. So, but we can discuss. And my conclusion, I will say the conclusion at the beginning. Our task should be to study the history of refugees phenomena in Europe from the Second World War. We would perhaps learn from the analysis of past experience something that might be useful for evaluating the current crisis. The current crisis, we don't know how current is current. I mean, what does it mean? Is it a crisis that is going to go on for years, or is going to end in a few months? Well, nobody really believes that the crisis will be over in a few months. It may last years, but then we don't know how strong, how terrible the crisis will be in the future, and therefore how many will be the possible refugees that will somehow come to the come to Europe in the next months and years. So we don't have the basic data or information that may help us in having in giving some evaluation of the present crisis. Well, this is a train going to Berlin in 1945. Okay, Europe has had a history of refugees in the last 70 years that have been extremely tragic and extremely interesting if we analyze them with the demographer's eye, not only with the sociologist or the politologist's eye. And, well, this is just a picture that reminds us about the past of European crisis. And we may recall that refugees after the Second World War, with the partition, let's say, of Poland and the shifting of the frontiers and return of many Germans from the Balkans, from the Sudeten, from Russia into Germany, there has been an inflow that has been variously estimated between 12 and 16 million. I here put the lower estimate of people returning into the current Germany's frontiers, which is a lot. And then you had other minor ones, minor so to speak, because the Polish coming back from Russia into the newly assigned territory to Poland were more than 2 million. And then you have smaller diasporas around the eastern part of Europe. So I think studying the past and how countries have coped with the influx of refugees, how long these refugees have stayed, how many have departed, and so on, would be extremely interesting for having some idea on about the future. But that was not the only crisis. Well, this is just a map that depicts the movements after the Second World War. Of course, all these maps and pictures have been fished in the internet. I wonder whether there is some copyright and the European Institute will be called to pay royalties for showing this in public. Hope not. And again, here you have the refugees from Yugoslavia after 1991. Between 1991 and 1995, with the Dayton Agreement, some 400,000 or maybe 500,000 refugees from former Yugoslavia have come to Germany, for instance. And again, here you have an idea of the flows and areas from which and to which refugees have gone in the 90s. And this is a fairly recent experience. And Again, these are the Albanian refugees in the port of Bari in 1991. Not a bad picture, this one at all. It gives you the idea of the masses that have come with these ships, and many of the ships of this kind have arrived in Puglia at that time. And again, you have the Kosovo refugees in 1999, other period of crisis. And here is the number of asylum applicants. I'm sorry about this graph because I turned it upside down just to show the trend, but I took it from a German publication in German. And the higher, the peak is 1993-94 with 400,000 people coming into Germany from Bosnia and Croatia territories. So it has been a big, important inflow. 2013 is this low bar, but then you have a higher bar in 2014 with more than 200,000 refugees, and then you have had perhaps 1 million, so the story goes, in 2015. What does this million mean? Is it really 1 million? Who has counted them? How many from Germany have gone north to Denmark and to Sweden or to other parts of Europe? Nobody really knows, but we know that the inflow has been certainly dramatic. Well, here is the idea of illegal border crossing. Here again, we have problems in definitions. What does refugee mean? So illegal border crossing does not mean refugee. A refugee may be somebody who has been accepted on temporary grounds, or he may apply for asylum, or the demand for application has been rejected by the Commission, and then he just stays in the country. So the word refugee is really something that it's extremely vague. But this gives the idea of what's going on. And we all know every day something changes in the geography and in the numbers, and above all in the political, let's say, interplay in Europe on what to do about immigration, what to do about the refugee crisis. So everything is very uncertain. Everything is flowing. We don't have certitudes on this. Just a reminder, well, Pablo Lattes has shown some data on net migration. This is the classic estimates in the 2015 revision. I wouldn't give too much faith to the 2010 and 15 estimate, because this must be an estimate on preliminary. It's a preliminary estimate, and therefore nobody knows really what will be the net migration in the year in the past 5 years. My impression, as a footnote, is that those forecasts, those projections made for Great Britain allow for a too high level of immigration given the current policy of the UK. Therefore, we have strange results. But anyhow, this is how Europe has more or less in the first 10 years of this century, some 1.6 million per year has been the net inflow in Europe. I put Germany there in red because Germany is a relevant actor in the current crisis. Here is the asylum applications and the trend in asylum applications in the 90s and first part of the year 2000. I tried to have. I should have invested more time in having a complete series, but it's very difficult to take this data from UNHCR site, because they don't give historical series, and therefore you should have stay there and then make some complex operations that I didn't have the time nor the will to do. But somebody certainly can do that better than I'm able to do. But let's come to the factors of the refugees' contribution to population change, because this is the actual question that we have. I mean, what will be the impact of the million of refugees that have come into Europe in 2015, or the millions that will be coming in the next few years? And what will be the long-term effect? The short-term, we know what the short-term effect is, but that's not a demographic issue, it's a political, social issue. For having a demographic issue, you have to go in the longer term. But now you have a lot of factors that you should somehow fit in I don't dare to call it a model, but in the machine, in order to have an output of results. You should know the size, of course, and the distribution of inflows in the time span considered. So how is going this curve? It's going up and down, or it will be rather flat, 1 million every year, or 1 million, then 0, then another 1 million, because you have another crisis a little bit in another country. Nobody knows, really. Then you have to know the gender ratio or sex ratio. By the way, is it sex ratio is politically correct, or is more politically correct to say gender ratio? Question mark. Alessandra, maybe you can give me a... Huh? You don't have an opinion? Well, it's the same, more or less. Age distribution. What is the age distribution of the refugees? And then are they coming alone, or they're coming with families? I mean, this is important also. Expulsion and readmissions. Now we learned that Sweden is going to expel 80,000 refugees. Nobody knows when and how. They say 80,000. That's a lot for a little country. Huh? In proportion, that should be 800,000 in Germany. Huh? If you keep the same proportion to the population or something like that. So, but this was yesterday's, last week's news. Huh? So I added that. So you don't know what will be the rate of expulsions of relocation of refugees. After the Yugoslavian crisis, the early 90s, the Balkan War, let's say, most of the refugees that came to Germany were readmitted, were repatriated after a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. There was many agreements for repatriating them. So very few stayed over in Germany. But we don't know what will be the rate of relocation or rate of departing refugees and returning to their home countries. Well, if there is going to be peace in Syria, maybe many of the Syrian refugees will take the opportunity of going back to their own country. Nobody knows. Then, of course, you have the classic. Now demographers are at ease with this. What is the fertility? What will be the fertility of immigrants? And what will be the convergence rate of immigrants' fertility to the general level of fertility of the hosting country? And we know that there is a convergence, but of course the convergence may be slow, may be rapid. Nobody knows. We can make 100 hypotheses that have 100 output of 100 tables giving you the variance, but is this helpful? I don't think so. And again, what will be the fertility and the number of mixed unions? So these refugees are not just reproducing themselves in a closed group, but they will probably have intermarriage rates with the local population. How much? And what will be the contribution to fertility? Huh? I mean, this also is something that we really don't know anything about. Then you have survival, again. Survival is different. And of course, what will be the convergence rate of survival if there is going to be convergence between survival of immigrants, of refugees, and of the hosting population. Then you have the return rates and the relocation rates. Well, lots of variables, I mean, that we really are at odds in trying even to imagine how to estimate them. We don't have possible comparison. And of course, suppose that the departing country is reduced to ashes. Very few people will return in a deserted country. But if the country from which they departed is somehow can be redressed, put on its foot, maybe more people will go back. Nobody knows that. Well, you can see, for instance, the gender ratio is in at least the data from 2015, you see that a large majority are men and very few women, and a good many children. Again, we don't know how many of these will be accepted and how many family reunification will be possible. Supposing that man will have a wife and the wife will be willing to join the husband. So, I mean, this gives you an idea of the current unbalanced gender ratio of refugees. Fertility and survival. Well, we know that fertility of Syrians, according to the UN estimate, was, I don't take the 2010-15 estimates because really nobody knows what the fertility of Syria is or has been the last 5 years. But in the preceding 5 years time was 3.2 and the expectation of life 74. And you see that there is less divergence from the German fertility, just the double, the German fertility. But if you take the Eritreans, who in 2015 have been the largest nationality coming into Italy as refugees or as asylum seekers, there the difference in fertility is much larger, 4.8. So it's more than triple the fertility of Italy. And how long will be the duration of the convergent process? Or is a convergent process at all going to take place? And, you know, all this is something that we don't know. But let me go back to what would we do today and tomorrow without the UN projections? My gosh, half of our papers will be wiped out. And maybe not thanks to the alternative projections of Wolfgang, we would have something to fall on. But anyhow, I here basing myself to the 2015 revision. And here I have an interesting table. There is a breakdown of the components of future population change based on the 2015 revision, and how much of future growth will be the consequence of fertility, how much of migration, how much of mortality, and how much of momentum of the population. I selected just the net migration that has been estimated or projected by the UN for the four regions of Europe and Germany in the total between 2010 and 2050. So on the whole of Europe, 36 million net migrants. Here again, we are surrealistic. Nobody has ever met a net migrant in his life. Do you know a net migrant? No, we don't know a net migrant. It just doesn't exist. But anyhow, we assume that the net migrant exists and has a personality. So 36 million of net migrants. And, but the increase due to migration will be, the component migration will be 47 million. So this means that the ratio between the total increase due to migration and net migration gives me the contribution, net contribution of the net migrants to population growth. Every net migrant has somehow a reproduction rate of 1.3 over 35 years, which amounts to less than 1% per year as a rate of increase, less than 1%, maybe 0.8. Oh no, I said rate of growth of migrant, total Europe, okay, 6.8 per thousand. So this gives you the idea of the contribution, of the long-term contribution of immigration to the growth. So a million, if this million added to Germany in these fictional millions added in 2015 behaved like the theoretical migrant, net migrant of Pablo in the next 35 years, the net effect would be 1.3 million total population increase in the next 35 years. So 1 million plus 300,000. Not much indeed. And therefore, if concluding, because I really don't have much more to say, there is the uncertain definition of refugee, first problem. Second, the changing nature, origin, destination, and characteristics of refugees. While for the net migrant, the fictional net migrant, we have this standard curve, you know, with a peak around between age 20 and age 30, and then goes down and then goes up, etc. We have this, and we are very relaxed. And also the sex ratio, after all, in the long term, it's more or less equal. So we are on firm grounds, but we really don't know about the refugees, what's going to happen. Ignorance and volatility of the factors of refugees' contribution to demographic change of a country of destination. Net contribution to growth beyond the addition of their absolute number is negligible. So, and probably in many cases will be maybe even negative, in the sense that you have 1 million refugees, and maybe after that group is going to dwindle in time, no? It doesn't reproduce fast enough in order to keep the numbers. Models are possible, but useless. So let's not lose time in trying to crunch data on this, because it will be really an empty exercise. Better to look at historical experiences. Let's see how countries have coped with the refugee inflows, and what the refugee inflows demographic impact has been in the long run. I think this can be done. And these demographers can help in doing this, and this I think would be really useful. So let's not follow a dead-end line of research, but let's try to have a more productive type of future research along historical lines. Historical lines, I mean, recent history, of course. Don't tell you to go back to 3,000 years. Just 50 years or 70 years will give us a lot of background and experience. We may say that the demographic impact may be very relevant at the local level. This, yes. At the local level, the micro level, it's important. The strategy in Italy in the last 3 years has been that of the diffusion of refugees in the territory. So they are not concentrated, but they are dispersed in the territory. I think this is a good strategy. But other countries may follow a different course. And if you have all the refugees concentrating in the urban areas or in, that's another type of strategy. So the refugee impact will be important at the low micro geographical level. There will be certainly an impact on gender ratios in the young ages. It's irrelevant whether there is an impact after age 45 or 50. I mean, irrelevant for demographic reasons, not for social reasons, of course. But there may be an impact at the young ages. And of course, but this is, I don't need to say that. There is an impact that is sociological, political, cultural of the refugees' inflows, and this will interact with the population, with the policies that each country will have. So this too, it's something that we cannot fathom. We just can say, put this in the agenda and say these are important consequences, but it's not to demographers to discuss that. Let me conclude by saying that the current crisis, as you all know, is the crisis of Europe, I think. If we don't cope with the refugee crisis, the current refugee crisis, and the possible refugee crisis of 2016 and 2017, and maybe beyond that, and if we head for a mini Schengen made by 4 or 5 countries that are safely niched in the center of Europe with no dangerous borders, that's the end of Europe. And it's the end of the European University Institute, the end of the Migration Policy Center, etc. So let's really hope that Europe will find a common policy. I think the refugee crisis is an important test, much more important than the financial crisis of the last few years, much more important. And I think the real solid pillar of the European Union is the free circulation inside the frontiers of Europe. If this is destroyed, I think Europe is destroyed. Anyhow, this is my modest contribution, not very demographic. I just apologize for that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor to Professor Philippe de Brucker from the EUI, Jean Monnet Chair for European Law on Immigration and Asylum, with a presentation titled European and National Rules on Migration due the Factor Demography.
The uncertainty related to refugee crisis and demography, you imagine that it's certainly also very difficult to make a relation between migration law and demography. So this presentation is really the result of ongoing research done by, as has been said, a lawyer, which is rather unusual when you think about demography, but we will hear also later today. An economist doing a similar exercises regarding a policy tool. And then to increase the difficulty, a lot of things have been written about the relation between migration and demography, but in a rather abstract way. And when you look about concrete cases, the literature is extremely limited. And then when you look about migration law and even what is written by political scientists, you have almost nothing. You open the index of books and there is nothing about demography, sometimes something about population, not even when it is about quotas. I will come back to that issue. Nevertheless, what is interesting is that the usual presentation that you find in the literature says that, well, the law and the policy integrates and reflects a certain numbers of objectives, including demography, but also economic objectives, humanitarian objectives, and political objectives. But in general, these are very vague statements. They are not illustrated by, as I said, a concrete example. I was even thinking to which extent is demography an object of public policy. Where do you have in the world a ministry and a minister competent for demography or population? Well, one very recent example is Australia, where they have really created a minister for a population, but there are not so much examples. And in particular, in the European Union, when you try to understand the institutional framework at national level regarding migration, you don't see very easily where demography is taken into consideration. So if demography is hardly taken into consideration, how can then the impact migration as an impact factor on demography be taken into consideration? And then I was thinking a little bit further, how can actually, when you think in policy tools, demography be a component of an immigration policy? If you look at the types of flows. Family migration. Well, we will hear a little bit later today the idea of the snowball effect of family migration in demographical terms. But actually, when you look to the legislations and the policy about family migration, demography is rarely an important factor taken into consideration. The restrictive trend nowadays about family unification is much more linked to the risk of migrants, family members, becoming a burden for the social assistance system, or also about their integrability into their host state. What about labor migration? Well, there again, it's not obvious that labor migration policy is linked to immigration. It is much more linked to the economic situation at first look. Do you need or not migrants on the labor market? Nevertheless, there have been examples, and I will give some of them, where when you have economic growth, you have then, of course, examples of migration policies that have a huge impact on demography. But would it have been possible without economic growth is, of course, an interesting question. About asylum, well, by definition, asylum policy is not based on the idea of selecting refugees in terms of types or in terms of flows, except maybe for resettlement. Then you can read nowadays that actually the open policy of Germany towards refugees could be based on the need of migrants in Germany. But it's, I think, one of the factors that may have maybe influenced the position of the German government, and there are certainly other factors. Then there is a last category about the three traditional categories, student migration, which normally also will not have an impact on demography, because the idea is that students will not settle and will go back to their country of origin. Well, nevertheless, there is a change in policies, because more and more there is the idea that students who have a degree from the country where their host country should be given a privileged access to the labor market. And then if this is an important policy that could have an impact on demography. So when you think about a policymaker and the legislator, it's not obvious on which type of flows you should play if you want to influence demography, and it's even rather difficult. Nevertheless, I will try to present the relations between demography and migration law regarding the size of the population and then regarding the structure of the population, two very classical elements of demography, and then finish by saying some words about the European Union. Well, of course, that's obvious even for your lawyer. If you add migrants to a population of a country, the population will increase. That's very easy to understand. But what is the effect in terms of demography? Well, I will not come back on that issue. I'm not very competent for doing that, but replacement migration is rather controversial for reasons linked to what we have already heard. Nevertheless, if you think, if you would like to try to influence demography through migration law and policy, well, quotas would be apparently the best tool, the most easiest tool. And if you look to some examples, well, Canada is certainly the best one, where immigration is often described as a population policy. It's the most important element for the population. And there have been numerous changes in Canadian legislation. In '67, they introduced a point system. I will come back later on about the relation and the point system and demography. And then, more importantly, in '76, they requested the federal government to plan per year the level of immigration. And the idea is that per year, there should be an objective of 1% of the population. But it's not a quota. It is just a target. And it's based on the work of an economist, a Canadian economist, Alan Green, who had written a fascinating paper on the objectives of policy and legislation in the field of migration. So why is a point system interesting in demographic terms? Well, because you may devise it as independent of the labor market. And this is to a large extent the case in Canada. The government is not going to increase or decrease the objective of around 1% depending on the economic situation. There is a political consensus in Canada. There have been some discussions recently, of course, but there is a consensus about this objective, and it's not related to the evolution of the economy or of the labor market. Now, it doesn't mean that this policy is extremely efficient in economic terms, because the performance of selected migrants is less than expected. The results are not as optimistic as one can think when you devise a point system. But it can be rather effective in terms of demographic terms. Another element which is important, I think, in the case of Canada is the fact that the migration policy is shared between the federal government and the provinces. That's a very important element. Now, if you look to another case, the United States, well, there it's rather clear that immigration is not a population policy. The quotas, the system is extremely complicated. with detailed sailings. And here it's really about sailing. Per categories of migrants, family migrants, labor migration, plus a limited lottery, but also subdivided into quotas per third country. But what is interesting is that those quotas are fixed in statutes adopted by the Congress and not the executive branch. So they are not revised regularly. And it's not clear that they have even been fixed with a demographic objective in mind, but this would be a point for more in-depth research. But it's rather clear that the quotas do not change, and some quotas are there since 10 or 15 years. Moreover, if the idea was in the United States to use the migration policy as a tool for a demography, that would be rather difficult because it's a federal policy. And of course, demography is very different inside the United States from one state to another. So it would be very difficult to use it as a tool for demography because migrants tend to go to the same states, the same big cities, and your demographic objective would maybe sometimes create more problems in an area where where you consider that there is too much population, while the people do not go, the migrants would not go to another area. So a quite different system from Canada, where there are negotiations between the federal government and the provinces, and where it is then more possible to try to allocate migrants to one or another province, at least in theory. Now, migration, law and policy, and the size of population in Europe. Well, we don't have a lot of examples, certainly not another one like Canada, but we have an interesting country, Switzerland, where this issue is really a very hot debate. And there have been two referendums recently, and one was, as you can see, by looking to the label that was used, it was Stop to Overpopulation. So the idea to stop migration in order to avoid overpopulation. But that referendum was rejected. Contrary to the referendum against mass migration that was adopted. But where the idea also was that there is a need in Switzerland to fight against overpopulation. The idea apparently in the Swiss electorate that small is beautiful and that Switzerland should remain small. It is an important element in the political debate. Now, if we look to recent member states' policies in Europe, Austria is an interesting example where quotas are used and they are calculated on a yearly basis, starting from experts' works, and they take into consideration demography. But it's also interesting to see that recently an important reform in Austria was the introduction of a point system with what is called a red, wide, and red card in order to favor highly skilled migration. So that's another interesting case, but maybe you will hear a little bit more today from Thomas Liebig, who has worked on Austria in the OECD. Now, about the structure of the population, I will go quicker on that part. That's the other element for which you could think that migration could be used to influence demography. So you could try to play with the age of the population by migration. Well, from what I read, it seems that demographers are not very convinced that it's easy to change the age of one population by using migration, or at least there are very divergent opinions about that. Moreover, in the European Union, if you wanted to play on the age of migrants, that would, I think, create a big legal problem, because it could be considered as discrimination under EU law on the basis of age that is forbidden. Now, of course, when you think about the ethnic origin, there we have very famous examples in the history where migration has been used to influence the composition of the population in USA, in Canada, in Australia, when those countries had in mind to favor the white immigration or the British-speaking immigration. They are, of course, very famous examples. You can think also of the ban of Chinese migrants in the US and in Canada. And we have a more recent concrete example with the policy of Quebec that wants to select migrants on the basis of the language that they speak. Now, in terms of skills, can you really use migration to influence the skills of the population? Well, of course, it's very clear that nowadays there is a preference, I will come back to that issue, in Europe for highly skilled migrants. And that's very clear in the policy of Germany. And point systems are certainly the best tool to influence the composition of the skills in the population through migration. It doesn't mean that there is no tool anymore for the number of migrants, because it's clear in Canada, the government plays on the numbers of points that is requested to be admitted as a migrant. And they raise or they diminish the number of points requested in order to have less or more migrants. So we have to be careful, because a point system can be used as a kind of quota. Very quickly now, about the EU level. What about the institutional framework? Well, if we want to speak about demography and migration in the EU, it's rather difficult, because if you want to put that point on the agenda, you would have to put it on the agenda of the Ministers for Justice and Home Affairs. And by definition, they are not very concerned and not very competent in demography. And what is interesting is that when it appears on the agenda, and I give you there one example of Council conclusions on the reconciliations of work and family life in the context of demographic change, and it was put on the agenda of the Council of Ministers for Employment and Social Policy. But look at the last sentence. It is a meeting not only of the Council, but also of the representatives of the governments of the member states meeting within the Council. And by that, the Council of Ministers want to insist that he is dealing with a competence that is not only a competence of the EU, but also of member states. So it would be extremely difficult to use demography as a tool in such a context. When you look to the European policy framework, well, you have a very vague objective in the treaty, the efficient management of migration flows. But what is efficiency? You can, of course, have very different understanding of efficiency. When you look to now the conclusions adopted by the European Council, there you have something more precise. In the temporary conclusions, the Bible on the founding conclusions of the new policy, it is clearly said that the immigration policy should be based on a shared assessment of the economic and demographic developments within the Union. So their demography and economy are quoted as basic elements to devise a policy. But now the question is, of course, is that taken into consideration in practice for implementing the policy and in particular in legislation. Just a quick word about the European agenda on migration, where the idea is to launch a new policy on legal migration. And the most important point is certainly the proposal for a revision of the Blue Card directive that will be presented in March 2016. There is no link immediately made with demography. Moreover, it's rather interesting that this proposal has been imposed by the new commissioners and President Juncker to DG Home Affairs, because DG Home Affairs had concluded before the new commission that it was not necessary to revise the Blue Card Directive, despite the fact that that tool was not working. In the legal framework, well, it will be very difficult to think of using migration as a tool for demography because the number and the composition of migration are a competence of member states. Well, we have nowadays a very good example how difficult it is for the EU to use quotas and to impose quotas to member states. For refugees, it is legally possible, but apparently it is politically impossible. Well, for migration, regarding migration quotas, there it would certainly be as difficult, but it seems even that it is legally impossible, because you have one provision saying that the volume of migrant workers have to be determined by the member states and not by the European Union. So this would make it extremely difficult. Does it mean that nothing can be done at EU level? No, certainly not. You could use soft law, for instance, the method of open coordination, like in the employment policy, and try to convince the member states to prepare migration profiles so that they would foresee their policy in the future. And then maybe one optimistic element is that if one day Europe will search for migrants in the world, and this could certainly happen if you think in demographic terms, well, it could be an interesting tool for the foreign policy of the European Union, because finally Europe would have quotas for legal migration or something similar like that to offer to third countries to bargain. And that could be an interesting tool in terms of foreign policy that could be successful, contrary to the fear that we see nowadays when we try to influence third countries, but on the basis of a restrictive immigration policy, and we have almost then nothing to offer. So thank you.
Thank you for those three presentations. It seems to me that the common trend in those three presentations was to make comparisons. That is, we had a lot of comparisons between Europe first, with North America and Oceania, and it appears from these comparisons that North America and Oceania are able to absorb much more immigrants than Europe is currently able to do, and this is a key question to be understood, and a comparison also in time with the ability of Western countries and Western European countries to absorb large flows of refugees after the Second World War. And here again, this ability to absorb refugees is not matched at all by the current situation in Europe. And so if I wanted to make one comment that is going around the three presentations, I would say this question of differences in ability to absorb migrants raises the issue of political equilibria in Europe that seems to be extremely peculiar and that prevent large-scale migration flows. In the case of refugee flows after the Second World War, it's clear that there was a political willingness to absorb those people, especially in West Germany. But the US as well was willing to do an effort for that. And this comes as well in the third presentation, in which it appears clearly that we have political frictions and political sensitivities about this issue, and member states want to keep control about this policy. So I think that where we should try to go is to understand what are the political problems in Europe that explain this difficulty to absorb migration. And there again, I think that labor market situation, housing market situation is key to understand, but as well political institutions, the weight of states, of national states, the weight of trade unions that are able to oppose labor immigration not in the interest of local workers are things to understand further. And if we want to make those comparisons between Europe on the one hand, North America and Oceania on the other hand. But I open the floor to other questions before giving the opportunity to the speakers to reply. Who would like to? Yes, please. Microphone.
I have two observations and one question. The one is to Philip about the legal issue. You made a point, a valid point, that of course most policies related to migration are still at the national level. But this is the same for all other demography relevant policy fields. Like I remember when I was for 6 years chairing a body that was called the European Observatory on Demography, Social Situation and the Family. And it was an important thing that it's only an observatory, because all family policies are strictly still national policy fields, and the competence of the Commission would only be to help countries observe it at the European level. So, I mean, in all these fields, it is still a national level, and that brings me to my second observation on Massimo's comments of why then should that be blamed on the European Union if all the relevant legal competences lie with the member states? And you ended on a rather pessimistic note about the European Union possibly even ending if we don't manage this migration crisis. Well, so let me add a point of optimism from a demographic perspective. There is wide agreement, as far as I know, among political scientists that the key foundation of the European Union is what's called European identity. And they're asking in the Eurobarometer questionnaires regularly, so to what degree do you feel as being a European on top of being a national? So this European identity on top of the national identity. And we see a very strong pattern that always the young people give to a higher degree a European identity, and the older one more only a national. Well, we don't know whether this is an age or a cohort effect. Age effect means that you get older, you become more narrow-minded and more national again. So a few years ago, we did a study, age period cohort analysis, a very demographic tool, and we found out it's really a very strong cohort effect. It means that the young generation in Europe was more socialized into seeing more of Europe, knowing more of Europe, and feeling more European. And then based on this, we made a projection up to 2030 that as the younger cohorts come in, a huge majority of the European adult population will have a European identity. Well, then came the economic crisis, the euro crisis, and everybody said, well, your projections were completely wrong. We recently looked up again the Eurobarometer of 2013, asked exactly the same question after the economic crisis, and to the big surprise of many, it really went as projected. This is cohort stability. I mean, if people at the age of 20 to 25 said they have a European identity, they maintained this throughout the rest of their life, essentially. The only thing that changed was that the younger cohorts who really entered, their increase was less. But overall, as this cohorts with more European identity move up the age pyramid, this demographic metabolism. The population of Europe, the electorate, most likely will increase their European identity, which, if we believe political science, is really the foundation of also future European institutions. Just a positive note.
Okay, from my side, just 3 quick comments. First one to Professor Livibacci. We actually have in the EU statistics a definition of refugee, so at least a little piece of work is done from our side. And 2 comments on the presentation by Pablo Lattes. When it comes to this kind of simulation tools, the shrinking number of live births is basically the product of fertility rates by the number of women in childbearing ages. So much of this reduction is actually explained by the shrinking cohorts of women in childbearing ages. When we inflate artificially in this kind of simulation the total fertility rate, if we don't modify somehow the age pattern, we risk that there is not a real return in terms of live birth, which translates in a minor effect of increase of fertility. So this is, and when we look instead of migration, the contribution of migration, and we choose a time horizon which is quite short, of course the return is immediate, but is somehow like picking up the window which is more, between brackets, convenient for migration intervention. So perhaps just a suggestion or a caveat to add that when you add plus or minus the number of children, if you leave or unmodified or not the age pattern of fertility. Thank you.
Yes, so I have questions to Professor Livibacci and comments on Philippe de Broeker's presentation. So the question to Professor Livibacci would be, you said we have to learn from historical experience on refugees. Would it be conceptually correct to say we have to learn on historical experience on how migration shaped the demography of the receiving societies? And if so, why would refugees be different from any migrant? Would that be a fair way to frame the question? And to Philippe de Broeker, I have two short comments. So the point system, I think, is a very interesting experience that more and more countries are emulating. So you mentioned Austria, but also the UK adopted the point system in 2006, New Zealand in the early 90s, and so on. And it's interesting that you mentioned that the Canadian seems to become a bit disappointed with the performance of the system. But the thing is that you can kind of game the system because the point system defines objective criteria that gives you points. So if there would be point to get a degree in demography, for example, so many people would get a degree in demography just to make it to Canada. That would be a negative or positive for the economy, I don't know. but that's one of the things that happens. Okay, so you have to think and to anticipate this type of things and maybe replace formal education by some ability tests or some talk about IQ tests. So this is also a problem from ethical and other perspective. I wanted to comment also on one program in the US you didn't mention, which I think is interesting because conceptually it aims really at shaping the demography, which is the green card lottery. The green card lottery is important quantitatively. You have every year 100,000 people that get permanent residency in the US through this green card lottery. But the true name of the green card lottery is the diversity lottery. So you can gain only if you belong to a country which had low migration, less than 50,000 migrants to the US in the past 5 years. So the very purpose in the legal text is to increase the diversity of the American population. And I think that's a dimension that is also worth thinking about, not just the quantity and the quality, but also the diversity and how immigration is used to impact on this dimension of the population.
Yes, please, and then one question in the back, and we will stop here. Yes.
Yes. One brief comment for Philip. I think that you have showed us the migration policy of US using one slide. The problem for European Union is that you need 28 slides to show us migration policy. The recent refugee crisis show us that it's not possible to maintain Schengen rules without a common migration policy, with a strong loss of sovereignty for states on this topic. It is the same for refugee policy and, generally speaking, for policy concerning foreign affairs. The voice of the researchers should be less ashamed on this topic, in my opinion. Also because the efficiency of labor market is more and more improving if people can move all around Europe. Then if you say you go to Italy, you have to stay in Italy for 1, 2, 3 years, it's not good for the labor market of German, labor market of Sweden, if they need the people that go there for working, you know? I think that we, the community of scholars, have to speak with high voice about it. It's not enough, of course, but it could be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one last question in the back, yes?
Giuliana Urso from the Joint Research Center. My question is a bit provocative because we are talking about refugee crisis. Obviously, it's linked to the State of the Union back in September, is a priority of the EU. But after this data, this comment, these pictures, to what extent we as a community of researchers, academia, scientific people can talk about a crisis? Is it a refugee crisis? It is a crisis when we talk about a crisis. So this is the first point. And after, I liked very much, thanks for the presentation from Mr. Lattes. But again, if we frame in the European context, and we talk and we think about integration, as of Zaragoza indicators, we know perfectly that we always talk about local integration. So the data that we have seen, the comparison are more on a larger scale. What do we know about data that are more geo-referenced and territoriality? Because most probably we will compare then a state or few states in the US versus some states and few states in Europe. Thanks.
Thank you for the comments and questions. The first comment from Emmanuel was about the attitude towards migrants in Europe versus the US. And the presidential elections are getting ready in the US, and half of the two sides, one, the Republican sides, all they do is promising to expel 10 million migrants in irregular situation. They're promising to build a wall with Mexico. They're promising to cut down on immigration. So the rhetoric, if you hear, it's a lot more harsh and against migration in the US, especially at the moment. The Obama is the president that has started the highest increase in the US. So it's an actual act. So I don't know and publicly open and more explicit differentiation between migrants and not. I think overall, to assume that the fertility rates of migrants equals the countries of host when they're coming to Europe, it's an undercounting of births. it would probably take a long time for migrants to adopt such low fertility levels, especially if they're coming from much higher places. So I think, if anything, we're underestimating the number of births. And time frames, it's 35 years that I presented. In political terms, that's way too long. Nobody makes policy that will have effects 20, 30, 40 years later. So, you know, and in terms of the size of migration and comparing Europe to internal migration in the US, yes and no. The size of Europe, or EU 28, it's 500 million. US and Canada, it's 350 million. They're not that far apart. In terms of policy directed to population growth, it's the external migrants that have an effect on it. So, point taken, but I think it's still valid comparison. Thank you.
Well, Wolfgang, whenever identity is discussed, I somehow get nervous. And what does the identity mean, really? And again, if we look at Europe now, at the political situation of Europe, you will find that the most vocal anti-European people are young people of the extremist right party. And they are growing in numbers. So I'm not so sure that a European identity is getting stronger. I am inclined to feel that the reverse is going on, in spite of the existence of Erasmus and more mobility and all that, which is fine, it's a good force. But on the other hand, I see the splitting forces are even stronger, or maybe certainly they're more violent and therefore more dangerous. So, you know, I somehow am uncertain on this point, although I'm not, at the moment, I'm not very optimistic. Well, Hillel said, is there a difference between immigration and refugees? Somehow, I think this was the core of your question. No? Let's study. Huh? Yes, as for the demographic impact. I think they are not. Indeed, I showed the data coming out from the UN analysis about the future the components of future population growth in Europe. So I think they are not so different, except are very different the conditions under which the refugee comes and the immigrants, let's say, if this word applies, the normal immigrants coming to Europe. So the conditions are different, and therefore also the integration process might be different, and also the convergence patterns could be different. But somehow, basically, I don't think there is much difference about this. Except that, of course, a refugee inflow is much more unpredictable. I mean, immigration inflows are unpredictable, but refugee inflows are even much more unpredictable than the economic migration input. On the question of, I am not sure if I understood the question by the lady about the crisis. Do you have objection to the word crisis? Is that
when do we define a crisis? We have seen that in comparison with other.
Well, ask the Syrians whether they feel there is a crisis or not.
Yeah, how do we consider a crisis? When
I would
we
consider
can
that
say
a crisis.
That is a crisis or not? Is a question to the panelists.
I'm referring to a crisis in the sense of international crisis. that
Is in
brings,
terms of
brings
numbers
about the
of
refugee
policy.
inflows. Then you have secondary crises because the local institutions go berserk and they don't know what to do, and they have a crisis, an internal crisis. But the real crisis is at the origin, let's say, whatever causes the refugees flows. That's I call it crisis. We could call it in different way. Let me just make a little point concerning the European population policy, if I may. There is migration policy. Actually, Article 79 of the Lisbon Treaty, you said that, or you implied that. Every country can admit how many people that country decide to admit. From 0 to 1 million. There is no. But we do have a fiscal compact in Europe, and we try to stick to it. We don't have a migration compact, and there is a strict relations. I'd like to say why. Give an example. Take the Spanish housing bubble. Well, the Spanish housing bubble, and therefore the crisis, the financial crisis following the explosion of the bubble has been created by free admissions of very, generous admissions of immigrants. Actually, Spain has accepted a net of almost 5 million immigrants in 10 years. And this has helped the building industry to grow with small salaries, but then the financial bubble has exploded, and therefore migration has been strictly linked to the financial crisis. And the same has been happening in Ireland. Ireland too has had a very liberal, open doors policy in the first decade of this century, and again there you have had the bubble, and then you have a backlash from the bubble. So if you don't have a common immigration policy, it's very difficult to have to have a Schengen treaty that is going to function well, and you are not going to be able to control your frontiers, and so on and so forth. And I think that's the main problem that Europe has. Thank you.
Well, time is running, so very quickly. About blaming Europe and what to do about this, well, that's indeed a very relevant question. The problem is that things are complicated because the competences are shared between the EU and the member states, and the implementation is in the hands of member states. But who understands that in the public opinion? And I'm always thinking also that in terms of communication, the European policy is a total disaster. Because look to the television, what are you going to see? From one meeting to another of the ministers, of the European Council, etc., failure. They didn't manage to do it. So if you wanted to create fear and anxiety in the population, well, you would show things like that, because it gives really the idea that things are not controlled at all. Then secondly, about the need for a common policy and migration policy. Well, what is very clear is that in the field of migration and asylum, the money method didn't work. We have decided with the Single Act in 1986 to abolish internal border controls. And actually, by doing that, you create a huge de facto solidarity. And the idea that this de facto solidarity would have a spillover effect as traditionally, and that we will build policies for external borders, we don't have it. And even, I don't have time to explain that now, but the Commission proposal for reforming Frontex, I think, is not the right one. It will not build a common control policy for borders. So the money method has not worked. And then about the crisis, well, I think it's difficult to deny that there is no crisis with refugees, but who is responsible for that crisis and where is the level of the crisis. I think it's also, and maybe more, a crisis of Europe that cannot manage those flows. Because if you make the comparison, when I look to Philippe Fargue, who always reminds that the numbers in Lebanon are much bigger in terms of refugees than in the European Union, I'm thinking, how can the European political responsible discuss with the Lebanon government nowadays, pretending that they cannot manage the inflow of refugees in Europe compared to the situation in Lebanon? So I think it's also Europe's crisis, but then which crisis? I think much more the member states' crisis that are not there for the implementation. But of course, behind that, behind this institutional crisis, you have a crisis even about numbers. The way we define policy targets in terms of numbers at EU level is for me something ununderstandable. The Commission first said 40,000 persons to relocate. Then a few months after 120,000 to relocate. Nobody has ever explained how this has been calculated. And look to the decisions, there is in the reasoning of the preamble, there is a preamble with a kind of reasoning. But at one moment you see very clearly that a part of the reasoning is missing. They pretend that 40,000 persons is the right number of persons to relocate, which is, of course, ridiculous when you see the size of the phenomenon. And never we relate also the numbers to the size of the member states. Austria now pretends to put a cap for refugees that is lower than what Austria should take if you look to the figures used by the Commission. So that's rather incredible. But even nobody is arguing with the Austrian government by saying that they pretend now to do less than that way should do on the basis of a fair sharing of responsibilities. And on the top of everything, I think, of course, that we have also, behind all those crises, a moral and a religious crisis. Who could imagine that one day we will have, on the basis of the Bible, prime ministers saying that they are not really ready to welcome Muslim refugees? They have not read the Bible.
Okay, thank you for these replies. Okay, so I suggest to take a short break now before the second part of this session. Okay. Okay, let's start this second part of the session on migration and demographic reproduction. So we'll start first with Professor Daniele Vignoli from the Migration Policy Center. He's a demographer conducting research on family reunification and composition of the migrants' families, and his presentation today is titled Family-Related Migration from a European Perspective.
Okay. The presentation is about family-related migration. Philip Farg asked me to reflect on this issue, and I will present you also some results from an individual level analysis conducted with Anna Di Bartolomeo, also from the Migration Policy Center. She's not here because she's currently in maternity leave, contributing to the demographic reproduction. As some of you already anticipated, family-related migration, we know that represents today the major entry channel for newcomers in Europe. And as a consequence, the analysis of migration from a family perspective is a topic of increasingly important, that deserves increasingly important attention. Because unlike labor migration, the admission of family members is a function of the citizenship rights of those already migrated in the destination state. And state cannot easily select this group of migrants by skills, education, or other criteria applied to labor migrants. And this is the crucial difference between labor migration and family-related migration, which have consequences in terms of economics, social consequences, and demographic consequences. But before entering into the core of the presentation, I think we need to clarify first what we are actually talking about. Family reunification, in particular, is an expression that refers to those situations in which the first mover brings in immediate relatives under the legal category of admission defined by the receiving countries. But, for instance, sociological approaches to the issue identify a clear difference between family reunion, family reunification, and family-forming migration. Family-forming migration is when someone already living in the destination country brings in a partner from abroad with the purpose of forming a family. So I prefer to use the term family-related migration, and also a lot of literature, of course, on the use of the term family-related migration, because it is a more inclusive term that identify all situations in which migration is linked with family dynamics. And another initial issue which we need to deal with is clearly the legal context, because family-related migration is by definition a migration that is strongly shaped by the legal context. The key point of reference is the Family Reunification Directive of 2003 that constrains the power of EU countries to restrict family-related migration in the same way as labor or other discretionary flows. States, however, can play a role because they establish who is entitled to sponsor family reunion application, who is allowed to enter the country, and the condition under which family members are admitted. And another key point here is what is actually the definition of family across countries. Because if state can decide who is entitled to enter, for family reunification, a crucial issue also to have a common definition of what is family. There are countries that admit for family reunification also cohabiting couples, for instance, while other countries only believe on the definition within the marriage. Apart from the legal context, there are clear effects of family-related migration on destination countries. There are positive consequences that are, for instance, the rebalancing of gender at destination. The classical second wave of migration with partner reunification mitigates the gender imbalance of certain migration flows, for instance, males from South Asia or females from Eastern Europe. And there are also a handful of research that is proving that those who reunify with the family are those who are best integrated in the destination country, not only in terms of economic status, but also from cultural and linguistic aspects. So from this point of view, family-related migration may represent a mechanism for first movers settlements. But we are in a demography conference. Clearly, family-related migration do also have demographic consequences. Reunified migrants are very often perceived as mostly dependent individuals. They clearly increase the rise in the dependency ratio among immigrants and the burden over active population in general. And if migrants admitted on the basis of family reunification after some time are entitled and in the condition to work, family-related migration also create a surplus of labor offer, which is, however, not selected, as we said. And it's also important to point out that family reunification is becoming one of the few remaining windows of transnational mobility for people from developing regions. So, family-related migration is a complex and multifaceted issue. It creates problems of definition. It can be interpreted both from a more optimistic or pessimistic side. And within this context, I will focus in this presentation on a specific section of family-related migration, that is partners migration, with the aim to provide some evidence on partners migration and family formation, adopting a comparative approach between gender and countries of origin and destination. Here I listed a series of questions that are addressed in the paper that we have done on this. I will not focus on all these questions in this presentation, but if you are interested in the paper, please feel free to email me and I will be happy to send it to you. In the paper, we ask what is the magnitude of couple migration in current EU societies, what are the profiles of couples migrating for family reasons, to what extent does family migration reproduce traditional family structure, and whether there are gender-specific effects related to partners' educational qualification. I will mainly focus on the last question in this presentation, and highlighting the crucial role of education in the family reunion process. In order to address this question, we used the data from the 2008 ad hoc module of the European Union Labour Force Survey. It is now available, the 2014 module. We already ordered the data and we will be happy to replicate this analysis and update the analysis on the new data whenever they will be available. This is the only data set allowing for isolating family migration dynamics in the EU context. Very importantly, it includes a range of migration-specific variables such as the reason of entry, and also other crucial migration variables such as the migrants' length of stay in the destination country. It is standardized by definition across countries, and also allows to link the partners between the couple, because it is an household survey, and in this presentation will be important because we can have a look at the gender-specific combination within couples. And also important for this presentation, it allows to distinguish between family reunification and family-forming migration, so acknowledging also that there is a difference in definition between these two groups of family migrants. These are some first descriptive results. These are the table shows the share of people born abroad aged 20 to 74 living in couple in 12 EU countries by reason of entry, gender, and also area of immigration. We distinguished between long-lasting immigration countries and more recent immigration countries, because the word new immigration countries is a little bit old-fashioned, I would say. Look at women that entered for family-related migration. Basically, almost 1 out of 2 female migrants entered because of family reasons. This is only partners migration. There are not in this percentage, there are not those who reunified, children who reunified, or other family members, brothers and sisters, of course. This share of people who entered because of family reason drops to around 16%, 15% among men. But there are differences between old and new immigration countries, or long-lasting and recent immigration countries. Among long-lasting immigration countries, clearly the share of family migration is particularly relevant, especially among women, while among recent immigration countries, the entry because of job is still very, very crucial, but the share of family migrants is rising very strongly. And is rising very strongly, not only there is a clear difference not only in quantitative terms, but also from a qualitative viewpoint, because within the universe of family-related migration, the share of family-forming migrants is increasingly relevant over the traditional family reunification, because of the increase of mixed marriages and also marriages between second or third generation migrants who reached in the meantime marriageable ages, and partners born in their parents' country of origin. So they try to look for a partner in the country of origin of the parents. And let me now address this question, that is, to what extent does family migration reproduce traditional family arrangements? This is very crucial question that we try to address with a multivariate analysis. I will show you some results about this, but not a lot, only few of them, of a logistic regression predicting the probability of family-related migration, in which for this presentation, I collapsed the family reunification category with the family-forming migration category. So I will contrast those who entered for family-related migration against all other reasons. And I will only show you the results by education, comparing the educational qualification of partners. But all the results are also controlled for age, duration of stay in the destination countries, old versus new immigration countries. We do have, then there are fixed effect for country of destination and robust standard errors by country of origin. and I will show you the results in terms of average marginal effect. That is easy to interpret. It's just the change in the predicted probabilities of reunification averaged across all the values of other covariates. So this graph shows the average marginal effect of women's higher education on the probability of experiencing a family migration following a man first mover. So basically, there is a negative and significant relationship between women's higher education and her probability to be reunified with a man who moved first. Is it clear? And this negative relationship is particularly evident, as expected, among migrants who migrated in the country more than 10 years ago, while it is less significant, less evident among more recent migrants. So the overall share is negative, while there are differences between old and new migrants. But what is most interesting is that we do not find any relationship of this kind among the level of education of the man who is reunified with a women first mover. Okay, when the women move first, the level of education of the partner is not significant, does not affect his probability to be reunified with the women. Why? We have found that higher education represents an inhibitor of women's family-related migration following a man first mover. We may hypothesize that there is a wish to reproduce a traditional couple role set among men first mover, that they are looking for a woman from the origin country with a lower level of education. That is an interpretation, and that would be in line with a lot of literature on this. But I also would like to hear your opinion about that. Also because, on the contrary, we found no relationship between men's higher education and the couple-related migration. So, the women who migrated first they are not interested in the education of the partner, and then they may challenge the traditional family role. Think about a woman who moved first. She is higher educated, probably more introduced in the destination, in the society, in the destination country. And when a man migrates, this can create an non-traditional gender role set within the couples, because she is more educated, more settled in the destination country. So that's a very interesting change in the gender-specific situation within the couple. So we do find a real clear difference in the gender, between genders, in the probability to be reunified following a woman or a man first mover. And apart from these results, that are results from micro-level analysis, more generally, I would like to continue to stress that, as we said, family migrants represent half of the share of migration in today's European societies. But despite this numerical preponderance of family migration as a corridor of legal entry in Europe, the study of family migration continues to be downgraded theoretically, methodologically, and also empirically. Because in policy terms, family migrants are treated as a secondary form of migration subordinate to labor market dynamics. But family migrants are labor migrants after some time if they are entitled and in the condition to enter the labor market, they are labor migrants. And they do also have a snowball demographic effect, in the sense that their effect in the demographic system is exactly the same as the one of all other forms of migrants. So they cannot be, they should be considered, because their impact is very crucial from both economic, social, and demographic issues. So the conclusion is that family-related migration deserves much more attention, both in the academic and in the policy debate. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. Let's move to the second presentation from Justina Salamanska. Justina Salamanska holds a PhD in sociology from Trinity College Dublin. She is currently a research associate to the Migration Policy Center and will present about aging and attitudes.
Yes, exactly. So I'll just start by saying that we've learned this morning about aging in Europe and also to what extent immigration can be seen as one of the solutions. And now I wanted to shift your attention to attitudes towards immigration and how they differ, how they may be affected by aging. And this relates to some of the points raised before the break, coffee break. So what I will do now, I will use some evidence, some survey data to show you how attitudes towards migration differ by age group. And then I will try to also look at the determinants of attitudes at micro and macro level using some regressions. So before going to the data, I just wanted to sketch briefly context, the very general conceptual framework on attitudes. And basically, the literature tries to explain why people normally have negative attitudes towards immigrants. And one block of the theories, which is group threat theory, looks at immigrants, which are a threat, and it tries to explain why the sense of threat is present in the society. And one of the reasons they see is that basically immigrants bring a competition over different resources. And those resources may be jobs, it may be a competition on the labor market, but it very well may be access to different services like education or housing. And this competition is particularly pronounced in case of groups which are socially and economically vulnerable. And this also, the sense of threat doesn't really happen in case of people who are in vulnerable position, but also in more broader context, which are scarce with resources. So we are talking about economic conditions, like the situation of the economic crisis, but we can also talk about the conditions where simply the size of immigrant population is large and thus the competition is more pronounced. The competition doesn't have to be also defined in economic terms, because very often migrants basically may be posing a threat, or they may be perceived as posing a threat to identity and homogeneity of the society. And this threat doesn't really have to be real, it can be perceived, because people very often overestimate the number of migrants, and on the basis of it, they are more negative towards immigrants. And then there is another block of theories, intergroup contact theory, which tries to explain how those negative attitudes towards immigrants can be reduced. And this can happen through interactions with immigrants, but those interactions, it matters what quality of interactions those are. So those should be face-to-face positive interactions that can actually make the attitudes towards immigrants more positive. When we move to the impact of aging on the attitudes towards immigration, it becomes a bit more tricky, because there is no really sound theoretical premises on which we could think how aging affects the attitudes. There is, however, a number of empirical studies, and those studies find that normally older people are more likely to hold negative attitudes towards immigrants. How is it explained? Younger people are more open, more tolerant, socialized in a context where there is more diversity. On the country level, there is also very small evidence of how demographic characteristics of the country, like population growth or share of age 65 plus, can affect attitudes. But what I wanted to flag up here is that this relationship between aging and attitudes is maybe not so straightforward, and there might be other key factors that affect attitudes. One of those is something which is not entirely present in research on attitudes towards immigration, and this is how the political convictions, how the political ideological climate can affect attitudes. Yeah. So, moving to the data. I chose for today to look at the Eurobarometer data, which has its limitations, but I wanted to look at it for a few reasons. One is because it offers several indicators which allow us to looking at different attitudes towards immigrants and immigration. Secondly, Eurobarometer offers different measurements across time, which allow us for a kind of repeated cross-sections analysis across time. And then it offers a possibility of looking at different countries of the EU. It offers cross-national analysis possibility. So the three variables that I wanted to look at today are the measurements of negative attitudes. So to what extent immigrants contribute to the country, but I looked at the negative answers of people who disagreed or tend to disagree to that statement. I also looked at the indicator of to what extent immigration is a concern to the country. And the third indicator that I looked at was to what extent people do not endorse the replacement migration. And I followed kind of two-level strategy, one at the individual level and second at the country level. So let's start with the individual level. This data is a comparison of the EU 15. And the first thing that I want you to notice is the big variation between the countries. So there is quite a lot of difference even within the EU 15. So in terms of changes across time, what is quite striking here is that if you look at the decade, just over the decade between 2003 and 2014, what you can see is a shift in Western Europe from majority who actually thought that migrants don't really contribute to the country to 2014, where majority actually appreciates migration in the EU 15. Attitudes become more positive over this decade in all but 3 countries, and Italy and Greece are here interesting because not only the attitudes in those 2 countries became more negative, but also they are the most negative in the EU. And that might have something to do with the 2012-2014 with the inflow of the refugees, especially to those 2 countries. And then the last point that I wanted to make is about Sweden, which is quite remarkable comparing to other countries, which in 2014 there was a kind of general consensus that immigration is that immigrants contribute a lot to the country. The next slide shows you the same data for EU 15, but it shows you the a breakdown by age groups. And again, what you can see is that the attitudes actually became less negative across all age groups, but there is still around 10% difference between the oldest and the youngest cohort. And it's important to note that this graph tells us something about the different age groups, but there is no information how individual attitudes change across time. And finally, we have the breakdown only for 2014, always the indicator on migrants, how migrants don't contribute by age group. And what you can see is that generally the youngest age group is most positive, but this is not the case for France and Netherlands, where actually the youngest age groups are more negative than the average. When we move to the second indicator, so to what extent migration is a concern to the country, and again you can see the breakdown for the age groups, you can see, I mean, what I would expect at the beginning was that it was the youngest age groups which are most positive, but this is not the case for all the countries, because there is a number of cases like Germany, Italy, Sweden, Netherlands, Luxembourg, or Finland, where those attitudes in the youngest cohort are actually most negative. But unlike in the case of the previous indicator, there's actually minority of respondents in the EU15 which see immigration to the country as a concern. And finally, I wanted to see the attitudes towards the replacement migration. And this is interesting to see that across all the countries, actually, people don't see migration as a solution to the aging problem. But again, what is interesting that it's the youngest cohorts in countries like France, Luxembourg, Italy, Portugal, or Sweden that are particularly negative towards replacement migration, especially compared to the older cohorts. So in order to go to see in more detail what are the determinants of the attitudes, and seeing if age is one of them, I ran the binomial logistic regression, looking always at the sample of the EU15. And there were the three variables that I mentioned, dependent variables. So migrants don't contribute to the country, immigration is an issue to the country, and then the statement that immigration is not really a solution to the aging problem. Among the independent variables, there was a number of indicators that was, of course, age, education, occupation, the positioning on the left-right political scale, gender, city dwelling, country dummies, and the hypothesis I wanted to test was if negative feelings towards immigration and immigrants are more likely among older individuals and political right voters. And I'll go just quickly to the summary table with the results, which reports only the variables of interest and the significant effects. And what you can see here, that across all those three indicators in question, what really the stable effect is that of education. And basically it's a negative effect, which means that with more education, the attitudes are less negative, which is something that is also very much present in the existing literature. Another effect, which is also present across all the variables, it's the effect of the political convictions. And it's very clear that it's political right voters who are more likely to have negative attitudes towards immigration and immigrants. And age actually here doesn't, it's not statistically significant for 2 out of the 3 dependent variables in question, which means that there are other factors playing a role. This is, of course, controlling for the other variables in the model. Moving to the macro level analysis, I chose to focus on the third dependent variable, which is to what extent people disagree with replacement migration. So I used the sum of the independent variables that I used for the individual micro analysis. This analysis is a bit bigger because I looked at the sample of the EU27 and I did multi-level modeling. It was, again, a binary logistic regression. The interesting, for this Eurobarometer data set, there were actually some additional variables which let me see in more detail what are the determinants of negative attitudes towards immigration, and that was at the individual level, it was concern about pensions and concern about the elderly care. And at the macro level, I used a set of variables normally used to in the modeling of attitudes towards immigrants, and those were GDP per capita, unemployment, and share of foreign-born. And in order to measure the effect of the population aging at the country level, I used the share of of people aged 65 plus in the country. And the hypothesis here at the individual level where that more negative attitudes were expected again among older persons and political right voters. More positive attitudes were expected among those concerned with pensions and those concerned with elderly care. At the macro level, in terms of demographic variables, I expected that negative perception of immigration is less likely in countries where population aging is less pronounced. And again, I move quickly to the summary table, which shows you that, again, age does not really, it's not statistically significant. This is not one of the factors that affect population aging. It is, again, the education. So the more education, the more positive people are. It's also a very consistent effect of, again, positioning on the left-right political scale, with people more on the right being more negative towards immigrants. And there is also an effect in terms of two individual level variables, which we're asking about the concern about the elderly care and concerned about pensions. Only elderly care is an issue, and those people who are concerned about elderly care are more positive towards immigration. The pensions effect is not there. One possible reason is that basically people think that migrants, yes, they contribute to the pool of social contribution, but they also will be able to take out from this pool. So that might be the reason why it's not significant. At the country level, the demographic variables are not significant. The only significant effect is for the country economic situation in terms of GDP per capita, and the poorer the country, the more negative about immigration it is. So, moving to conclusions, I wanted to sum up that there is a huge variation in Europe in terms of attitudes towards immigrants and immigration. And there is also, it's not a static picture, because those attitudes changed in time. And while majority perceived immigrants, at least in the EU15, as not contributing to the countries, now it's the opposite. Majority appreciates immigrants, but migration is also a source of concern. And this is even more the case with the recent inflow of refugees. And we can see it already in the Eurobarometer data. But something that is very clear here is that this conventional assumption in research about older people being more negative towards immigration needs to be problematized. And maybe what we are looking for, it's not the impact of age, but it's maybe more, we should start thinking about how it's the ideological views and how it's the actual support for right-wing parties that drives the attitudes. Also, to some extent, it might be the context of the country. So to what extent the country political climate and the outcomes of the outcomes of right-wing parties in the national elections, how that climate affects the individual attitudes. So this is, I think, one of the biggest conclusions out of this analysis. Unfortunately, we don't have longitudinal data on attitudes to actually examine the individual level. So how people change in what they think about immigrants and immigration as they grow older. And such data would be excellent to see the real impact of aging. And for further developments of this analysis, I was thinking about looking at the interactions, especially between age variables and political right vote, and voting outcome at the country level to somehow account for the impact of political factors in the attitudes. Thank you.
Thank you for those two presentations. I would have one comment for each. On the first presentation of Daniele, so you show that a migration cycle by opposing those long-lasting immigration countries to those recent immigration countries, and in the later, the share of working migrants is much more important, and in the former, the share of family-related migrants is more important. And you show as well that first movers are often men, because women tend to be, in their majority, almost part of family-related movements. But you show as well that women who join a first mover are all the more likely to move as their education level is low. So it seems that your conclusion is that family-related migration challenges the selection of immigrants, which is something it seems to me we should not lose. We should take into account. That is, you might design a system of points and so on, but then the migration cycle and family-related migration affects the ability, in fact, to frame migration movement in accordance to the specific needs of the labor market. So, and my second comment for Justina, myself, I've not been convinced by this notion of attitudes. It seems to me that the notion carries the implication that, in principle, certain categories of people are opposed or favorable to migration, and then you related that to left-right political affiliations. But this is already an outcome. Being left-wing or right-wing is already the outcome of a certain number of mechanisms. So I'm wondering if it would not be more useful to focus the attention on the actual tensions taking place between immigrants and the parts of the local population, rather than wanting to establish attitudes in certain categories of the population in order to better understand the mechanisms at stake. And you said as well that the idea that migrants don't contribute has been shaped by the inflow of refugees in Greece and Italy, certainly. But I could also note that in all the countries in which that proportion had increased between 2008 and 2014, all those countries are the Mediterranean countries of the EU. That is particularly affected by the financial crisis and so on. So yeah, but I open the floor to other comments or questions. Yes, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask to Daniel about the snowball effect, if it is limited to the first generation of migrants, if it's possible to see that actually with the second generation, they marry or they find a partner in the country, so that even if it's another person with a migrant origin, it doesn't correspond to a new migrant in the country.
I have a couple of questions for Daniele. One is, I didn't see Italy. Is it recent traditional migration country? Recent migration country? Not. Italy is not there. Okay. Second point, there might be a selection effect that should not keep it into account. In this sense, imagine you have two families in a developing country. One is well off with a well-educated wife, one is poor with a low-educated wife. Only the man from the poor family migrates, and then, of course, he calls her wife, not the other man's, I suppose. So you find an attraction of women of low category, but because you observe those in the destination country, not those in the origin country, and I'm not sure whether you can keep this into account. And also a question for Justina, how large is the sample in the Eurobarometer? I think I remember it's rather small, so can we trust this? And do we have also an indication of how strong these attitudes are? I mean, I tend to suspect that the questions on attitude depends very much on how I woke up in the morning. if I'm nervous, I'm against everything, including immigrants. If I'm pleased with life, my answer might be different. And so if there is no stability in these questions, in these answers, so you may not trust much the results. It's a doubt, not a critic.
One question for Justina. If I well understood, there is a strong effect, there is an effect of education on the answer. And I guess if the fact that the less educated people are more against migration can be also a competition effect, not only a problem of a cultural ideology and so on, but a real competition in the labor market.
Thank you, Justina. Also, I may have missed this, but this question, did it differentiate between migrants from a neighbor country who speak the same language, like the biggest migrant group in Austria has been Germans for many years now, or migrants who come from far away and look different, have a different religion?
Okay, I start from the last one that is clearly one of the most crucial about selection. I fully agree that there is selection here, but our results are very much in line with one of the, because to really address it here you need to follow migrants over the life course, no? And it's very complicated. There are some data that allows to do it. They were collected by INED. They were following migrants from some African countries up to Europe, and their results are very much in line with ours. So it's true that here there is selection at play, but this is general, is across all Europe, and it accords to the results of those who were following migrants over the life course and took into account selection. I'm not saying that there is that the results would be the same taking into account selection, but to some extent they are in line with them. About the snowball demographic effect, clearly we can see it among the first generation migrants. I fully agree. We have, I mean, it's too early to really reply to this now, but the idea is that this snowball effect, it's, we can really expect it to be always more crucial in the future when, again, these migrants are changing in qualitative terms, and clearly there is an increase in mixed marriages. All those, the first and second generation migrants who already reached marriageable ages, then they are also looking for a partner in the origin countries. There are a lot of forces at play, and the demographic effect is destined to be always more important. And in terms of policy, I fully agree. This really challenges our migration policy framework. In Southern Europe, actually, also women first mover are very relevant in the sense that you know that the welfare in Southern Europe is based on the idea of the family as a social buffer, no? And then the women's first mover are really, as family helpers, are also crucial in the definition of the overall of the welfare state itself of Southern Europe. So also women first mover are very crucial here. Okay, this.
Okay, thanks. So in terms of the sample size of the Eurobarometer, it's normally it's standard 1,000 cases by country. In case of smaller countries, it's around 500. But it's face-to-face interviews, so I mean, as much as it's criticized as a source of data on attitudes, actually there were some comparative analysis done, I think, with the with another comparative survey, and actually the results are basically stable across the data set. So, I mean, it's commonly used Eurobarometer as such, and I mean, you in terms of sample size, I think you can use it for this kind of analysis. In terms of how strong are the attitudes, how stable, and how can you trust? I mean, I'm not sure, but I mean, that's one of the sources that gives you a sense of some trends in the attitudes. And if you, again, compare it with the other data sources, you get comparable results. So, I mean, as much as we can trust Eurobarometer, I would say, yes, we do. There are some problems because, I mean, Eurobarometer is quite general survey, so it doesn't really give you information towards which migrants those attitudes are. But so you don't really know if those migrants are coming from the neighboring country, if they are from the EU, from outside, if they are highly skilled or low skilled. And those, of course, are crucial in terms of attitudes because this is what I think that the new wave of the European Social Survey does, that it actually differentiates between the largest migrant group in the country, between highly skilled and low skilled, this way trying to understand how the attitudes differ in terms of different groups of immigrants that they are directed at. In terms of education, I think that, yes, competition effect is one of the issues. That is those who are in a worse position in terms of education, but also on the labor market, like unemployed, they tend to be more negative towards immigrants. And this is a very clear effect in terms of education. It's not so stable when it comes to unemployment because there are other factors at play. But I think that there is another issue with the education variable which doesn't really come across in surveys like this. There was some qualitative research done by a colleague of mine in Trinity College, and it was done as a kind of peer research among upper middle class in Ireland, trying to look at the attitudes towards immigrants in Ireland. And one of the most amazing results of this research was that actually people with education have more cognitive skills in order to be politically correct responding to the questions about attitudes. And especially if you have Eurobarometer survey, which is, I mean, the data is collected face-to-face, so you have a contact with the interviewer. It's much more difficult to give a negative answer to this question than in the case of self-administrated So I think the education effect in the most straightforward way, as it's seen in research, yes, it's the effect of the perceived competition with immigrants. But I think that there is much more factors at play that surveys like this don't really pick up on. And there is, especially among certain class of people with certain education, it's not politically correct to give a different answer to this question. Yeah, I think I'm there.
Okay. Other comments or questions? No? So if there are no more comments, we can stop here and thank the presenters for this panel.